Hello, hello, hello.
Returning title defenders in Team Heretics, and Los Niños got pushed in this one, but they came out on top.
Absolutely. I think that the surprises came mostly in that second match. The first one started up as an absolute brawl. Could have gone either of the ways. Do not get me wrong, with MIBR and the double duelists that they have in their lineup, it was not an easy job at all for Heretics to manage to close their map pick. As I said, the surprise came in the second one. The last time that we saw Team Heretics playing on that Ascent, that Phoenix did not look well. It did not look well drilled. And probably NRG thought the same thing. Identified a weakness that was not real in the end. Incredibly dominant comebacks from 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 and especially Wood carrying their team onto playoffs.
I mean, Wood was insane in this match too. I was so disappointed by them. I really thought that they would have a little bit more punch in their opener, but Heretics managed to shut them down concretely. So I'm very, very impressed by this Heretics squad. You know, there was talk of their form coming into this tournament. They qualified well, but London was bad. Now they're back at a tournament where they managed to lift that
Thank you, Shira. Welcome to the stream.
They were also honest, speaking about, hey, maybe for London we focused on the wrong things. It did not give us what we expected, right? We put the work where we shouldn't have, and now things have changed. For the side of MIBR, though, I do still think that things are going to look good for them. They still have another chance of qualifying.
Yeah, then we take a look at the second game here. G2 with a fantastic win there. Our old colleague Baby Bay managing to light up the server a little bit. XLG though,
मैं थोड़ा सा कुछ कर रही हूँ.
We'll get into this series too much.
No.
क्या कर दिया? अच्छा मैं बताती हूँ. मैंने कहा कि कुछ कॉपीराइट का कुछ ना पड़ जाए. मुझे लगा मैंने अपनी स्ट्रीम खोली पर मैंने इनकी ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीम अपने फोन पे खोल ली तो उसमें ऐड आ गई पहले. नो करके.
They had against XLG because they chose them thinking that they were the easiest opponent coming out of London, but that was not the case. They do manage, however, to get their
story
revenge. And us, well, we had to say goodbye to XLG.
Yeah, again, just one of those things where it's well noted that G2 have had struggles at international events. They've been dominant in Americas in recent
बस मैं कुछ ब्लेंडर ना कर दूं. मैं पहली दफा ऐसे कर रही हूँ ना तो मुझे इतना आइडिया नहीं है.
Who knows how far that might take them, that mental roadblock now being removed.
But I also think that the feeling from those two teams that we had yesterday are different. I still think that G2 need to master and make some decisions, especially on this map that we're seeing right here with Breeze. We were hearing how Baby Bay was speaking about 𝐤𝐝, enabling him and facilitating most of those skills. But it's
जिंक्स नहीं करे खुद का. हाँ भाई पता नहीं मुझे इतनी नर्वसनेस हुई है. मैं कहा कर लूँगी क्योंकि इतने टाइम बाद फेस कैम भी कर रही हूँ तो मुझे इतना था नहीं कि कर सकूँगी मैं.
If they want to progress to those playoffs and if we do see them on that big
बस thank you Shira. Thank you means a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree, Kukuka. I want to see them.
अब मुझे क्यों ना मुझे एक पोल जनरेट करना है. अब मैं कर नहीं सकती हूँ. I don't think so कि मैं इस पे कर सकती हूँ पोल जनरेट.
Oh, I see weakness here and there, and then it would be a very weird.
Congratulations Inshuu. Thank you Shyam. Thank you so much. By the way, welcome to the stream. I hope आपको मजा आया आज की स्ट्रीम में. और मुझे ये जो साइड की ये जो चैट नजर आ रही है ना उस पे बहुत मसले हुए हैं भाई. आवाज़ सही आ रही है लाइक उस शो की मतलब शो का उस स्ट्रीम की आवाज़ सही आ रही है मतलब जो मेरी स्क्रीन पे चल रही है. यार एड ब्लॉकर नहीं है वैसे मेरे पास. आपस की बात है अगर कोई ऐड आ गई बीच में तो क्या करूँगी मैं. Very happy for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. मुझे एक पोल बनाना है.
By the way, especially if you're an EMEA fan, seeing 𝐁𝐿 reach 12 and not being able to close the map, it's literal PTSD.
Let's go.
From last year, it happened over and over again. And honestly, coming into this tournament and looking at this group C,
Yeah, take it. It's okay. Please continue. Do the great work. Okay.
We were speaking about BBL and the surprises of the first teams that we're going to have today. But as I'm saying, their capability of bouncing back and actually getting that first slot, I hope that progresses throughout the tournament.
And here's the Group D bracket we showed.
I mean, laga lo, I'll send you. क्या मतलब लगा लो, I'll send you.
Heretics, as they are already now solidified as the 1 seed from Group D, and that leaves us MIBR and AGAL, who AGAL looked fantastic against Team Heretics, whereas Global Esports didn't really put up a fight much against MIBR, so we're kind of not exactly sure how things are going to stack up between these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me. I think this All Gamers roster is incredibly interesting. After that first game against Heretics,
Discord show होगा क्या? हाँ, show होगा
वैसे. And then even after it, they had a 2-0 win against Global Esports, but now I'm doubting myself even more. I feel like they didn't play that well.
मैच कब शुरू होगा? मुझे तो मैच देखना है. मैं तो ऐसी मौसमी बन गई हूँ ना फैन.
So I want to see that opening version of them, even though that was the one where they lost.
अच्छा.
So that was Group C.
मैं इतनी मौसमी फैन हूँ, लाइक अभी मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है तो फिर तभी मैं स्ट्रीम कर रही हूँ, वरना मैं देखती तक नहीं. मैं सिर्फ बहुत स्पेसिफिक टीम्स के मैचेस देखती हूँ, वरना तो मैं नहीं देखती.
BBL up against Edward Gaming, the pride of VCT China. It is a rematch of the very first series here at EWC. And
गाइस, तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है? मुझे वैसे इस टीम का इतना पता नहीं है.
NRG against the pride of France. The blue wall awaits Carmine Corp if they can get it done.
यार ये मैं खोल तो लूँ, but
what a way to celebrate, what a way to live the game. Carmine Corp showed up here the other day.
शेरा मैं ये लगा तो लूँ, but इस टाइम ना स्ट्रीम पे नजर आएगा सब. एक्चुअली जो स्क्रीन शॉट मैंने की हुई है ना, उसपे सब नजर आएगा. मैं नहीं चाहती हूँ.
Would actually be to have all 5 EMEA teams making it to playoffs.
And I think if you're going to do the hard part, if you're going to do the David Goliath story,
कैसी जा रही है अभी स्ट्रीम मुझे नहीं पता है. अभी मैच में मैं क्या बोलूँ क्या नहीं बोलूँ मुझे नहीं पता. हाँ, और बोलो नेक्स्ट टाइम नहीं बोलेगा फिर. नहीं ऐसी बात नहीं है. प्लीज EWC give me so much opportunities like that, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Opportunity होता है, opportunity होता है, क्या होता है? I don't know. There's a delay in stream. Is it from my side? Damn, I'm so happy Pakistani became a co-streamer. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है ऐसे लोग ऐसे congrats कर रहे हैं. मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है. रुको जरा गाइस, मैं शर्मा के आती हूँ.
2-1, a very close
Just
series
kidding.
that went to overtime, and then we're thinking, okay, that's it, it's over. No, this is when we got into the meta of stealing other people's map picks, because both teams were able to do it against each other.
ये क्या है?
yeah, I mean, very much so.
ब्रैकेट है गाइस ये. ठीक है. अच्छा, इसमें ब्रैकेट में क्या है? यार मुझे नहीं पता.
But yeah, I mean, I love that this is a rematch, and I also love that EDG grew and learned from that.
यार कोई जिसको बेसिक पता है कोई मेरे साथ आके बैठ जाएगा. मुझे नहीं आइडिया ये क्या है.
Playing the Phoenix, playing these more aggressive roles, but since then, when he's played over cross on the B stream there, it slowed down. He's on the Omen. He's playing much more.
Very dangerous.
Yeah.
ये स्ट्रीम नहीं चल रही है क्या? सही. बफर कर रही है क्या?
It's 𝐁𝐿 who's the star. It's him that, you know, has the most followers. His name is the one in the lights. But really, I think everyone on this team can pull their weight, including 𝐁𝐿, who's coming in as an assistant coach. We saw maps where this guy popped off, and I kind of felt like, but whoa,
team is stuck here.
Is Smuggy scared sat at home thinking he's going to be replaced? Like, this is a roster stacked full of firepower, and they are really getting stronger and stronger from a macro perspective. I do feel like they're learning, growing as a team still.
चलो नजर मार दी मैंने खुद की स्ट्रीम पे ना.
It's EDG. It's impossible not to cheer for them. They made us dream. They were the first Chinese team that you were like, yeah, I am on this boat. This is who I want to be supporting. 𝐁𝐿 is a superstar. I mean, if you have any sort of memory here in Valorant, and if you have any interest in Chinese Valorant, of course, EDG is the team to follow and is the most with the most history. So, of course, if with 𝐁𝐿 out, knowing that they had one less slot, I would like to have some Chinese representation, and EDG would be an absolute banger, especially with us all.
All right, well, we have more videos here on EDG and their road to EWC right now.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete.
Guys, अब ठीक है.
Great.
I think अब ठीक हो गया होगा.
We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good.
चलो ठीक.
We will
Thank you.
do our best.
But
第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
third place finishers from Masters London looking to build upon it now here against BBL, their opponents, the Turkish outfit that were able to defeat them in that first round, who have a ton of firepower.
Yeah, can't blender ho raha hai.
Everyone else has been fantastic here, so you're hoping to see the same type of firepower performance out of them.
Yeah, I don't think that we are going to get a LaRock that is not given 100% today. He's been doing it throughout the rest of the tournament. But to me, the question still stands. It was the same that it was.
यार कैट मेरे से ना एक ब्लेंडर हो रहा है. I think so. मुझे लग रहा है एक ब्लेंडर चल रहा है.
For you to be in the peak form that we saw at the beginning of the
तो
year.
ये है कि मेरी स्ट्रीम में थोड़ा सा डिले आ रहा है.
Because of the age and the US playing.
Plus
is not so strong right now.
drop हो रहे हैं frames.
Swapping around. But for this
But अब
team,
ठीक है, I think
resilience
so.
has always been key. They battle all the way through Ascension and into EWC and into VCT.
Yo, hi वजी, hi.
Now here
तो मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा कुछ है. अब ठीक हो गया होगा. मैंने वैसे ठीक तो कर दिया. थोड़ी सी टैकी चीजें कर दी हैं.
I mean, it's such an amazing story for this young team playing.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वालेकुम सलाम, कैसे हो? वजी.
So well
I think
there
अब
at the
ठीक है.
start. It's slowed down since. That's the only thing. We see the meta changes. We see the lack of Yoru begin to hurt.
वजी
this
चुप
team.
हो जाओ, मैं
They know
वाकई
they
रो
can't be
दूंगी.
kept down for long. This is a team stacked full of promise and potential. Can they realize it here, make it out of the groups, and go deep in EWC?
पता नहीं. अब मुझे नहीं पता. अब मैंने कर दिया है जो कर दिया है. अब चल रही है. I think stream से.
Cypher,
नहीं चल
Silva,
रही
and
है.
a couple of duelists across all of the maps, I would say. But now that the meta has evolved, we have maps coming in and out. We are seeing the variety, and they are paying the price.
No, Smoggy is gonna be difficult for them. यार मुझे इस टीम का नहीं पता है कुछ भी. मुझे इस टीम का कुछ भी नहीं पता. बेसिक भी नहीं पता. इतना नहीं बोलना क्या सच.
Despite the fact that as
चल रही है
you
अब सही.
started off with the kickoff win and then slowly started going down from Santiago and then after that in stage
Guys, जो भी stream पे नए हो guys, stream को like कर दो. Thank you, subscribe कर दो. You look pretty. Thank you, Shayan. Thank you so much. ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं किया मैंने वैसे. बस मैंने ब्लश लगाया है, ग्लॉस लगाई है मैंने, मस्कारा लगाया है, लाइनर लगाया है, बस और कुछ नहीं लगाया. मेरा कल लीनियर का पेपर है. मैं यहाँ लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. पेपर का तो कीजिए. कोई बात नहीं यार, मैं दुआएं दूंगी. अच्छा जाएगा पेपर. मैं बता रही ना, अच्छा जाएगा. टेंशन नहीं लो तुम. रात में मैं पढ़ा दूंगी तुम्हें, जो कि मैंने खुद भी नहीं पढ़ा हुआ.
A long OT. What we saw last time between those two teams. It's all about who's done the learning and the homework there.
एक सेकंड दो, मैं एक जगह लिंक पोस्ट कर दूं. Thanks. Just watch Kang
Exactly when you were saying about them pushing both extremities at the same time, I was thinking of Breeze because to me they were the best team on Breeze.
यार मुझे नहीं पता है, इसका बेसिक भी नहीं पता.
Okay, as the final one.
But मैं next time ना पूरा रट के आऊँगी. सब टेंशन नहीं लेनी है तुम लोगों ने.
13-3, I'm going to say 3 the same kills that I believe 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 got in that entire
नंबर चाहिए, दुआएं नहीं. नंबर भी मिल जाएंगे यार. मेरी बातचीत है अच्छी. टेंशन नहीं लो. बस ज़्यादा नहीं लगाया. बस ज़्यादा नहीं है. मतलब मेकअप में ना, इसको कुछ नहीं कहते हैं. मेकअप में होता है फाउंडेशन आती है, कंसीलर होता है, ब्रॉन्जर होता है, हाइलाइटर होता है, हाई शेडो होता है. अभी हम मैच पे देख लेते हैं, बाद में बता दूंगे तुम लोगों को. तेरे नंबर नहीं देते हैं. अरे
to flip the
script. It's actually the same opponent, so
exactly. It's going to be tough if it does go that map through.
Just watch Kang and 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝. If it's a clutch, that's a whole team. भाई, अगर तुम कौन सी टीम की बात कर रहे हो, पहले ये बताओ मुझे.
And be just enabling the high-powered fraggers on their team. So EDG mixed up the veto from last time a little bit, but ultimately 2 of the 3 same maps, so I think BBL will be feeling great about this.
Yeah, again, didn't see a lot of Harbor in some of the other compositions from other teams, so we'll be excited to watch how that open map comes. And also, that felt like everyone was just hitting one site. It was just, all right, we're just making the map small, hit one site.
Don't get me started on Breeze.
बस सही है, मैं नहीं पढ़ा. तीर इंशू की दुआएं हैं हमारे साथ, है ना वजी. Thank you.
We'll meet you there. We're gonna blaze it up with the guns. That's what it felt like a lot of the meta had turned into, especially later on in rounds where people had been playing for a little while. Maybe you're a little tired and calling. We're like, we know they're gonna be there. You know we're gonna be there. We just know what it is.
Honestly, for the teams that are struggling on Breeze, watch Vitality on EMEA because they were struggling a lot and then they learned how to flood. and they stop struggling. So if you want to take a couple of notes, especially on the sides that are more complicated, just go and watch because Scott did a good job there.
हाँ क्या वॉच पार्टी है स्ट्रीम को कुछ स्ट्रीमर को कुछ नहीं पता देखो ऐसे नहीं बोलते हैं ठीक है रॉयल ऐसे नहीं बोलते हैं मुझे स्पेसिफिक टीम्स का पता है कुछ ना कुछ इसका भी मुझे पता होगा मैंने प्लेयर्स के नाम अभी देखूंगी ना तो मुझे पता चल जाएगा ऐसी बात नहीं है मूवी सीरीज वॉच पार्टी कब क्या मूवी सीरीज की वॉच पार्टी कब यार बस आप आ जाओ डिस्कॉर्ड पे साथ देखते हैं आप आते ही हैं सर बड़े लोग हैं आप
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. Those two players head to head on that AWP, that's the matchup to look out for me.
Well,
do you watch TV show and anime? I do watch. मैं anime नहीं देखती हूँ but मैंने एक anime शुरू किया था किसी के कहने पे and it was nice. मैं उसका नाम आपको Netflix से देख के बताऊँगी. मैं movies मैं TV show अभी फ़िलहाल मैं पाकिस्तानी एक TV show देख रही हूँ ज़ंजीरें and it's quite nice. मतलब सही सही है
from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts.
Yeah.
If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up.
क्या बोल रहा है बेर नहीं है पीसी नहीं है हाँ क्या क्या aren't you emo or something just analyze the gameplay all good मैं emo थी last act ठीक है मैं immortal थी and current rank है मेरा D3, D2 या D3 है anime मैं suggest करूँगा और देखना and did you watch England Mexico match and Brazil versus Norway मैंने देखा था मैं बताती हूँ मैंने फुटबॉल का मैच देखा था पोर्चुगल वर्सेस वो DR कॉन्गो थी ना उसका देखा था मैंने फिर मैंने देखा है अभी एक और था यार वो जिसका गोलकीपर बहुत फेमस हुआ है उसके अगेंस्ट मेसी का मैच मैंने पूरा देखा है बड़े लोग नहीं है पीसी नहीं है ओह कोई बात नहीं यार फोन है ना फोन से खेल लिया करेंगे कोई गेम्स अमंग अस हो गई और भी गेम्स होंगी
It's a similar vibe.
Guys, I don't wanna use bug for this game.
बाकी guys जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नया आ रहे हो guys स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो लाइक एंड प्रेस कर दो
How did you feel when you first found out that Neon was going to be nerfed?
I found it. Yeah, me too.
Show the camera how you felt. And now take a look at each other. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, finally, Rios, finally. Oh.
Guys, match कब शुरू होगा?
Ask somebody to drop you in a buy round. You want a vandal, but they give you a sheriff.
Guys, मुझे something बहुत अच्छा लगता है. Like he's a good player wise. ठीक है. Not my bad. I don't usually come here. It's okay.
And revives you.
क्या बोला? शेरा ने क्या बोला? शेरा ने क्या बोला? Miss Pro Inshuu in Valorant, please do but analyze of these matches in separate videos. Want to hear your analysis. Oh नहीं अच्छा मैं बताती हूँ यार वो ना मैं बहुत बुरी हूँ एडिटिंग वगैरह करने में अगर मैं कर भी लूँ ना तो मैं एडिट नहीं कर पाऊँगी मैं बना भी लूँ बट मैं एनालाइज तो नहीं कर सकती क्योंकि आई एम नॉट अ गुड प्लेयर मतलब बहुत अच्छी प्लेयर नहीं हूँ मैं तो यार शेरा सेंसिटिव टॉपिक तेरा मैं चमाट मार दूंगी अब तो मैं अगर तुमने बोला तो
Ooh, take a look. Come on, Rose. Come on, I knew Rose wasn't gonna like that. All right, boys, for the next one. You're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment just outside your
मेरे
headset.
नहीं इंशी के लिए
That one of your teammates just farted.
Something is okay. There is the guy named Vaji. His name is kind of crazy to be honest. यार वो तो पे खेलता ही अच्छा है ना उसके बारे में तो मैं कुछ कह ही नहीं सकती
Yes, you're on the finish line. You're gonna turn back, bro. How do you feel when you find out
फैन का रिमोट गायब हो गया
you got a content piece with Janiro?
वो पड़ा है बेड पे मैं 1 सेकंड लेके आई हूँ गाइस 1 सेकंड देना
And show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour. As I said, man, come on.
Boys.
Great to see the personality of the boys of BBL as they sport the youngest roster out of everyone here at EWC. 3 of the youngest players out of the top 12 here. And it's just such a great experience for them to have here on LAN, in person, play up against a couple of champs that have won before.
It's okay.
But for real, his aim is amazing.
this is the first year in tier 1 they're already achieving
मैंने आपके सामने वैसे उस बंदे के सामने मैंने एज किया था वैसे अगर आप उसकी भी तारीफ कर देते तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है एक्चुअली एनीवेज चलो आता हूँ इंशाल्लाह कल वॉच पार्टी के लिए अभी तो ओके बेस्ट ऑफ लक बाकी अगर कुछ करवाना हो ना मुझे नंबर दे देना उन सर का मैं बातचीत कर लूँगी इज दैट अ यस और नो आई डिडंट अंडरस्टैंड यार आई थिंक अबाउट इट श्याम एक्चुअली ठीक है मुझे कंटेंट तो वैसे कुछ ना कुछ डालना है इंस्टाग्राम पे अब देखो क्या होता
For sure. I mean,
that split
was insane. LaRock was unbelievable that game.
इसका मतलब है मैं स्क्रॉलिंग भी नहीं कर सकती हूँ अब इंस्टा पे.
And it just goes to show how talented this roster is. We know they can go toe to toe with pretty much everybody in the world right now, despite being so young, despite being so fresh on the scene. And what I love about these guys is that they're so unfazed by it all. They truly don't care who's on the other side. They're gonna play their way.
जरूर बात कर लेना सर से.
फिर
सर बोलेंगे अरे वो इंशू जो बच्ची है ना वो बहुत प्यारी बच्ची है बहुत अच्छी है in a good way. Okay.
This
match कब शुरू होगा? इन्होंने एजेंट पिक कर लिया.
This is a match where they played an awful lot of rounds against each other here. So
चीचू ने लिया है ओमर. ले लिया. लोटस मैप है.
Really heat up because he slowed down in this Lotus when they played last.
Yeah, we see no changes in the compositions, even from the side of EDG we were speaking about. I mean, in an overtime.
Oh, EDG का मुझे पता है. EDG का मुझे पता है, guys. EDG का मुझे पता है. Hi, Baba Yaga. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Walaikum salam.
To put Kankan in that situation.
Nobody का मुझे पता है. मुझे. Hi, Sam. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. एंड मुझे पता है देखते हैं एंड मुझे पता है नहीं मुझे बाकी उनकी टीम में से एक्चुअली मुझे इतना नहीं पता है किसी का ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग बट आई होप वो लोग अच्छा खेलेंगे एंड क्या लेट्स सी कौन जीतता है. पर्सनली मुझे लगता है एडीजी जीतेगी इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि उसका नाम बहुत है बट मैंने देखे हैं उनके प्लेयर्स का गेम पे वगैरह तो आई थिंक वो जीत सकती है. गाइस इसमें वो वीसीटी जैसा नहीं है पूरा स्टेज. क्वालिटी अच्छी कर लो. कर लो क्या.
Yeah, I think Kreven has moved off the Vice and gone to Cypher, so that's the one change that has been made going into this matchup. And
guys, मैंने अपना फोन गिरा के रखूंगी आज. मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा लाइव चैट एक्चुअली. So I'm just figuring out मैं रखूंगा. EWC stage is so wide compared to VCT stages. Guys, ऐसी बात नहीं है. It's like अच्छा स्टेज है ऐसा नहीं है. नहीं है यार अच्छा तो स्टेज है. तुम लोग ऐसे बोल रहे हो क्योंकि पाकिस्तानी लोगों के देखे हैं. Plays good. Watch out for him. Let's see.
Might help them out a little bit.
You're talking about Lava Rocks. अच्छा रेस की बात लगता है याद हूँ मैं. नहीं मुझे एक्चुअली कोई और लगा था but then I pronounced your name and I was like oh okay Sam I don't know. Let's see रेस क्या करता है. लोटस पे रेस अच्छी है. वाइस बहुत अच्छी है. ओमन बहुत अच्छा खेला जाता है लोटस पे एंड यस काया फेड अपनी जगह अच्छी है एंड आई थिंक देखते हैं क्या होता है क्योंकि फ्लैशेस ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट हैं एंड इनके पास एक दो तीन फ्लैशेस हैं. EDG के पास कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सेव्ड विद EWC. नहीं ऐसी बात नहीं है यार ऐसी बात नहीं है. इट्स अ गुड स्टेज ऑनेस्टली.
But then I look from the EDG side and go, okay, Signed has been getting more and more comfortable in their game versus RRQ. They moved him off some more of the aggressive and put him back into smokes. So I think both teams, in essence, may come in a little bit stronger after building into the tournament. For now, It's a trade of
वो
damage.
literally घुस गई है
Trade of health.
जानी
But
I
everybody's
don't know
still
क्या
standing.
बोलते हैं
Jenny taking a lot of space, but it seems
वो
like
literally पूरा
BBL
इन हो
are
गया
more
साइड
than
में
happy to play retake in this
आजा
scenario.
भाई आजा ओमन कैसी की तैसी
Certainly looks like it. Still waiting at the
ऐसे
gates.
क्या
Now
लगता है
the
रीटेक
forces
हो
are
जाएगा
all here. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 very low. 𝐁𝐿 in the same boat. A few traded blows for BBL will bring them back into this round, but they still have a lot of players to root for position. Not so much anymore. 𝐁𝐿 left alone with a sliver of health. A monumental task in front of him, and no chance, says 𝐁𝐿. 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, I like that. A little bit more tempered from the defense. Like a lot of the time we have
क्या
seen
रीटेक किया इन लोगों ने guys क्या रीटेक किया है
individuals. So the fact that early in this game they're sitting back, playing the retake, forcing people out of angles, and also just working off some of the already confirmed.
मैं वाकई बहुत इम्प्रेस हो गई हूँ
and I believe last time out
मुझे नहीं लगा था ये लोग जीत पाएंगे पता नहीं मुझे नहीं लगा था ये राउंड मुझे लगा था राउंड गया इनके हाथ से बट फिर मुझे रियलाइज हुआ यहाँ हम थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं अच्छे प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं यार खेलना है वो लोग स्पेशली Thank you for subscribing my channel. I don't know. Like, मुझे आ नहीं रहा actually. Good round. Yeah, it was a good round indeed.
Seeing the Vice wasn't giving them something that Cypher is. I do imagine it's a lot of that punishability on the deep dives and the constant information. Lovers
Well,
rocks all the intel he needs. Gets out, taps the
उनका
shot
buy
through and
round
does
है
some damage. But the pistols are
अगर ये लोग
activated.
safe निकाल लेंगे ना
And a third player
तो
now
बहुत
ready and
अच्छा है
ready
भाई
for this play. Seas goes in for Rose. 𝐁𝐿's trying to find some space around, being quite cautious until the jump up top. It's going to leave at least one rifle on the ground for the time being, and with damage done by EDG, this is starting to get a little spooky. Luckily, IGL Rose, the top fragger of the last map, comes
मेरा ना
through for
बूमबॉट से
three, but
अच्छा
again,
रिश्ता नहीं है
Stormy bruises, nobody's got a chance. And even then, leaving
गुड इको यार मुझे लगता है गुड इको यार
Yeah, that is genuinely a hell of a lot of damage in a round that was nothing invested.
There were 4 players from the defense there as
अब
well.
इन तीन के पास बाय नहीं है I think so. Hi Infit Mox, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो?
And they brought it to a 1v2. That's great.
Yeah, good work from them. Of course, you can still see that for the BBL
But
side,
इन्होंने
they're
काफी
happy
अच्छा
with
इको
whatever
निकाला
they
ये
can get
वीडियो.
over the line. They're not
I'm not biased or
really
something, but
worried
अच्छा
about
इको
the
था.
damage. And I do feel like going back to even the last series
Damn,
when they
that
played against 100
got
they're very
scary
good with the
for a
pistols.
second.
That's
Indeed,
normally
भाई
where they
मुझे
tend to
लगा
go
इन्होंने
into
निकाल
things.
लिया
I
एक
still think
राउंड
they have
अपना.
to be a bit careful here. Gianni may have just learned that very early on in the
हम
last
भी तो
series
खेलने
of
आए हैं
Lotus.
यार
He
क्या हो
was
गया हम भी तो खेलने आए हैं.
fantastic playing this raise. It definitely made it work on the duelist rather than on smokes in the latter couple of maps, and that's a change I'm hoping to see.
पर मुझे लगता है ये डिफेंस मैप है अब तुम लोगों के क्या ओपिनियंस हैं I don't know but personally मुझे लगता है ये लोगों को डिफेंस
on the BBL side still do damage.
अटैक में भी अच्छा खेल सकता है लोग.
Lovers rock with a second. 𝐁𝐿
भाई
lurking
ये
in the
क्या कर रहे
darkness
हैं
has managed to
क्या
add a
कर
third. This
रहे
is
हैं?
a buy that had 2 Guardians and the rest were pistols, and they might just win it flawlessly. Only 𝐁𝐿 stands between BBL and a bonus round conversion.
यार मैंने तुम लोगों का एम देखा फिर मैंने तुम्हारा रैंक देखा तुमने मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले बोला हाँ डायमंड चलेगा and then I saw your rank.
And a third already added to the tally.
हाँ इसने इतना शॉट मारा भाई मैं तो जिंदगी नहीं पार पाऊँ. अब पंबल हो गए पंबल कर दिया है.
They're going to try and group up together. They're going to try and play this a little bit.
मैंने कहा कि इसने इतना अच्छा शॉट मारा मैं जिंदगी में कभी नहीं मार पाऊँ.
He still finds one more. It goes all the way to the final. 𝐁𝐿 almost just pulled off the play of the tournament, but he was shut down at the last second.
Guys, for once मुझे लगा EDG ने निकाल लिया राउंड भाई उसके जेट ने कितना अच्छा खेला है. Damn,
Yes, from BBL, I like the idea. Punish the C aggression right away. Leave the Cypher utility as the lighter side over on A, so we can hopefully slow them down. And everything worked until 𝐁𝐿 stepped into the server, stepped into their sight lines.
My God,
𝐁𝐿.
यार
This is the signature of BBL. They always do.
नहीं यार EDG कर लेगी यार.
They'll stand up when they get one. But that round right
𝐁𝐿 कौन है?
although it's a big win for BBL, it was very nearly a lightning fast start for EDG.
श्याम क्या बोला? आपने क्या बोला था? Delete
Morale to play around. The Blade Storm now a big threat considering what we saw just moments ago. Both traps have already been spotted. It really is.
Cypher भी अच्छा है इस मैप पे I personally. BBL खेलने आई है bro मतलब BBL मुझे ऐसी की तैसी. EDG कौन? EDG हो भाई.
Click usage of the knives for the first kill, and then the weapon wasn't able to be found by 𝐁𝐿. a much cleaner response. And I do look at this from 𝐁𝐿, and even part of me goes, maybe it is just comfort. Like, if they're just getting past all of my utility, I'm gonna just be fighting with nothing. So if I now switch up to a completely different utility that can give me opportunities,
then indeed वो बंदा अच्छा खेल रहा है, उसके needs on point है भाई.
start to the game on the C site.
क्या need मार रहा है वो?
And just maneuver these trips every single time, although I believe that's the same as last round.
Well, last round towards the C side indeed.
बोल रहा कहीं कैमरा लगाओ.
Guessing a little bit now.
The Jet and 2024 champions MVP.
The nade comes in, and now it is the same old setup right back before.
VIP feel कराती है indeed. हमें पास नहीं.
Showstopper, and he is pushing his way up behind.
Don't have.
Now towards this site. Rotation from Rose coming through. Nightfall will be there. If EDG wait a little bit longer, BBL will have a lot more to play with, and already.
भाई ऐसी जेट खेलना सीख जाओ ना. मैं कभी वैसे तो मैं जेट में लिया, अगर ऐसी जेट खेलना सीख जाओ मैं कभी. किसी का मुंह मत लगाऊं मैं कभी. यार ये क्या चल रहा है? 5-0 चल रहा है यार. मुझे बुरा लग रहा है EDG के लिए. बट ये लोग काफी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. मैं इस टीम को मुझे इतना नहीं पता था एक्चुअली BBL का. But ये लोग बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है.
And then also, if you have a nade, you can destroy some of those vines immediately. So it puts you in a position where all of your utility's gone and, okay, you have a pop flash now. Yep. That's not ideal. In these circumstances, they're being delayed. He's even pulling back and putting back down utility, which you can't do otherwise. And basically making it very, very awkward for them on entry. And surviving 10 and 1. They've decided back-to-back rounds. And 𝐁𝐿 has not died. 𝐻𝐿 now going to be in with a hero rifle. 𝐁𝐿 with a showstopper. It's not been the hot start he would have wanted, and well, that hero rifle.
They're taking such bad duelists. Why? अब बोलती यार तुम लोग मुझसे सीखो या मेरे फाइट में मरा क्यों नहीं पता नहीं. सबसे ज्यादा हटती है यार. इतना ज्यादा आप एंड में देखते हो ना, इतना ज्यादा अपने लोग क्या हुआ, मरा ही नहीं वो ज्यादा बुरा लगता है एक्चुअली. इन्होंने बी ले लिया. ये मुश्किल है. Your phone is vibrating. How do you know भाई? हेलो मेरी आवाज आ रही है. अच्छा मैंने माइक के उसमें रखा हुआ इसलिए मैं भी सामने रख देते हैं यार. चश्मे नहीं पहने हुए ना तो मुझे कुछ नजर नहीं आएगा एक्चुअली. और इनका रीटेक बहुत अच्छा है. बट वो लोग सेफ पे थे. इन लोगों ने प्लान तो किया, मौका मिला इनको. But वो लोग safe पे थे. मतलब safe नहीं, half by ton.
I don't know what it is about Lockett in the cipher, but he just is playing an unbelievable
game.
Stream पे नहीं guys. It must be infuriating in this one because there was a lot of maybe unconfirmed damage.
Not duelist, I mean fights. वही मैं बोल रही थी duelist.
That they weren't quite able to convert on, and
इतनी मुझे Valorant language नहीं आती है actually. अगर आपने में बोला, we can hear in this stream, that's why.
Deal with a pause that's 6-0 down. Now I will say,
ले लिया भाई. बनता है भाई.
You're basically trying to recover.
क्या लगता है guys इस टाइम आउट का इफेक्ट होगा वैसे? Like effective होगा ये टाइम आउट?
Because they managed to bring a 6-0
EDG की साइड से.
7-5 defeat on the half. Obviously you can't get 7 if the others have got 6.
Guys, अच्छी watching आ रही है आज में.
Realistically, they then went on to win that map quite handily. So a pause here could turn the tide. But I'm definitely feeling nervous for EDG.
Look back to yesterday in GeForce, Tom. We looked across at what was our B stream stage, our second stage, and we said, well, that one's going to be over pretty soon. Was it 12-1? Well, things turned around over in that game as well. There was always a way back in. So far for EDG, the problem, they're fighting shadows in the mist in the form of this utility. We saw 2 rounds ago, they throw the nade in towards C main to remove the trip. 𝐁𝐿 repositions it. Yeah. They updraft and dash backwards and attempt to bait out that first trip. It's not there. Already so much utility committed.
6-0 damn looks one-sided. Is it? Is it? यार मुझे लगता है comeback कर लेंगे. यहाँ से भी comeback possible है वैसे. ऐसी बात नहीं है. हाँ बुरा नहीं गया. They can.
But now they've had time to think. And that's where EDG can be most dangerous. Nop though, in the hands of Lover's Rock, could unravel even the most well-laid plans. And it's not just him. BBL are looking to crunch towards A main.
ये
It seems
BBL
like
A पे
again,
ही आ
the
गए
defense has the read, and the Cypher cam on C main,
मुश्किल हो गया है
along with
देख
Crevin
खुद
covering off
great
B,
यार
is exactly why the Cypher is giving them all that intel that they wanted.
They're putting the pressure on. Oh, LaRock! He was
रॉक अच्छा खेल रहा है कौन था जिसने बोला था अच्छा खेल रहा है BBL won 2-1 on June 2nd against EDG
immediately trade, however, and in fact he'll get both. I guess it doesn't matter, and this is the scariest thing.
really July अच्छा
sometimes when they're
I
confident,
told
they do
for
ridiculous,
now
overzealous
comeback
things.
will or
And other
will
times
not
they
be
do
there
that and it works.
let's
That
see
one didn't.
That was stupid. That's crazy to TP in there. What did he think? Okay, maybe I'm missing some piece of utility that was thrown in. No, there's a Prowler Saw guy there. What are we doing? He's a madman.
Maybe he thought Rose was a little bit further forward and that he could then
एक तो
immediately
round
be
जीत लो
traded.
यार 13-0 मत होना यार
Yeah, maybe you can't read the minimap. That's a good excuse.
मुझे लग रहा है जिंक्स है यार मतलब मैं जिसको सपोर्ट करती हूँ ना वो ये
I need to
हार रही
even.
हूँ
I need to kill.
guys मैं BBL को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ trust me
Well, 7-0 start for EDG. Again, that read from BBL, the camera in C main, the player covering off B, and the slow approach of EDG. It took
I told you Lurk's good, but I didn't this coming.
7-0 start.
Same
Likely
here,
to
yeah.
turn into 8, but
Expected.
they've got a lot of
A
pistols.
one-sided
They've
no.
got some ultimates to play with. In particular, if Sign can get into a good position, remove weapons on a retake, that could be huge. And they are moving towards the place where there's only one man holding. The problem is that one man is Lover's Rock. He'll get out quickly, and he's going back in.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Sign
Oh.
Okay. Nice blast packs from GeForce.
But इनका retake काफी अच्छा है. इनका retake insane है मतलब.
Last time they played this map, he was an unstoppable force that they had to deal with, and as of right now, yet to really show up to the party. An opportunity though. 𝐁𝐿 has been given an operator. The one glimmer of hope in this map so far was him in that 1v5, which almost got them their first round. This he's gonna hope.
Oh my god!
The case. A nice flash to set him up.
Guys, क्या मैं जिसको सपोर्ट करती हूँ जिंक्स हो जाता है क्या? नहीं BBL अच्छा खेलेगा. Guys, BBL.
A missed shot lets them get a little bit closer, and in fact, with one bullet left, there is no chance he's able to correct.
नहीं मैं जिंक्स नहीं हूँ इसका मतलब मैं जिंक्स नहीं हूँ guys.
Still going, still only a singular death.
मैं somehow इन्हें मैं भी यही सोच रही थी अभी निकाल लेंगे but इनका retake बहुत अच्छा बहुत insane है इनका retake. EDG क्या कर रही है यार? ऐसा खेल लो यार आप.
But they managed to recover. Crevin even manages to stare Medusa in the eyes and walk away unscathed. An unbelievable performance for him. One simple agent switch, and he is looking so bloody comfortable.
EDG is tilted now. It's over.
Having to watch it all be destroyed.
Hey, I hope for best. ऐसी बात नहीं है.
As EDG come back in with another buy, rifles there. The
rifle तो ऐसे नहीं बस यूँ लगा दी ट्रिप लगा दी मतलब कोई मतलब हम लोग ऐसे बैठ के ऐसे मेजर करते कि इससे नीचे ऊपर से तो नहीं आ जाएगा मतलब he's like bro बस.
The Rock actually taking a little bit of damage through the box. Instead, though, he peeks
यार
back.
अच्छा खेल रहा है वाकई अच्छा खेल रहा है BBL.
Cages up. And this time, the weaponry is going to be removed. The faster pace take. Loiter was trying to escape with his ultimate. The showstopper on the other side has a chance for a double, but it's only one. An advantage for the first time in a while. Crevin also down, but Rose already brings things back to even. Ults being popped on either side. Rose will deal with 𝐁𝐿, and GeForce now has to try and find one of them with the ult, and he won't manage to do so. Lover's Rock was already past it. The youngster needing a clutch operator shot, missed, but he will deal with Rose. And then round the corner comes Lover's Rock. It's a nice try from GeForce, but still, they can't find a round.
Excellent C's coming out of Rose. This looked like the round
Guys,
he would finally put on the board. And previously, it's been all about
मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगी guys मतलब अच्छा खेल रही है सारी टीम पूरी अच्छा खेल रही है मतलब बेचारे यार ये लोग बहुत अच्छा retake करते हैं यार.
This time it was different. EDG had the upper hand. They had the sight. Time ticking in their favor. But a few shots from BBL, and as I said, a very well-placed C's coming out of Rose as 𝐁𝐿 looked to take him down to pressure that IGL. He ended up in an uncomfortable position and couldn't quite get back out. The spam from Rose putting 9 on the board. BBL, this map we would have questioned why they chose it considering what we saw last time.
इनका best map कौन सा है?
Labored series
idea?
map rather.
Lost 2 times.
Indeed. They're up against EDG in this exact moment. And then since then, it didn't look like things had changed. We questioned why they choose it. And they've come in today with
ये
answers.
किसका मैप पिक था?
BDG. They are running out of runway.
किसका मैप पिक? इसमें देखा था मैं बहुत गैप कर रही थी एक्चुअली. तो मैंने इतना नोटिस नहीं किया.
It's no doubt that it was going to be difficult, but last time out they showed that they could compete even with that stand-in. Today has looked different though. Into the C site they go again, and into the hands of Kreven, Rose. In fact, Rose is running forward just to support Loiter. This is a slaughter. The last man standing will be signed. Another attempt at a 1v5. It's the closest rounds they've had so far. But with 5 HP and a man behind, it is a few consolation frags. And double digits hit before a singular round goes the other way.
Damn. बहुत अच्छा खेला है
What
भाई.
an attempt that was in the 3.
Oh, अच्छा. EDG Smokey has teeth surgery apparently. They're planning with the subs.
The Cypher setup on site
Oh,
works.
playing with the sub. Oh, अच्छा.
In a 1v1 while
But still, like एक बंदा अगर replace होके भी आया तो it affects your team, but still like
and one fully pushed up on A.
थोड़ा सा
Those
तो
are
आप
the positions when EDG pushed.
तो थोड़ी सी hopes थी यार, मतलब थोड़ी सी नहीं ज़्यादा hopes थी EDG से, but
for BBL or has been so far, and we are. I mean, we've almost already ran out of time. 2 rounds.
10-0. Wow. 9-0 is actually crazy. What is EDG Smoke? भाई जो बात है, मैं EDG के support में थी यार, मतलब
Nobody's home.
ये क्या चल रहा है?
More passive, falling back. Lloyd is going to be on that backside with plenty of support, and again, boots on the ground.
Guys, Rose ने whiff कर दिया उस पे, वरना वो pick भी उसकी थी.
Every single time, and this one will be no different. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 though, a lifeline with that pick. They might even get the plant out of this.
It's 2v2, guys.
He's tagged up low. Sign trying to bait them into a fight, and he's done so.
Oh,
but Kreven just isn't
no.
losing any fights today. He is the unkillable.
And they are literally playing so good. Please no 13-0. Yeah, please no. I can't bear this. I can't bear this.
That might have been his 16th kill of the game, maybe even more. I genuinely have lost
Guys,
count.
hello. EDG क्या कर रही है?
Sometimes we see Kreven have those slower starts, those shakier games, and then sometimes I'm reminded of the man.
BBL तो बिल्कुल खेलने आई है, मतलब वो बोल, ओ ये देखो कैडी चल कर रहा. क्यूट यार, ये मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था.
As well, considering how it went last time around for BBL. Well, those OTs are looking very unlikely at this stage. It has been a dominant showing. 𝐁𝐿 stepping up to the plate for one, but only one as Loiter shuts him down, and it's left assigned 1 against 3. Last time he was in a clutch, he got 3 before going down.
Doesn't have the spike.
That's a big problem.
All he can do is try and completely play with their heads. But just look at the position that Lovers Rock is locked into already. It's not like this is a ruse or something that can catch them off guard. It's such a locked-in angle for the spike to be that there's always going to be someone. The good thing is he's got an opportunity, but he'd have to be lightning fast to get anywhere near, and it is not to be the case. A 12-0 for BBL. Whether you had questions about the stand-in, or whether you question whether or not BBL could just come in and completely change how this map went last time.
No comments, guys. मुझे बुरा लग रहा है.
Who thought this would be a 12-0 half?
No. You know, even with changes, with BBL picking it again, you want to think that they've got some
13-0 loading Inshuu.
Cracked the code.
यार अब तो कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई. मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगी. मैंने कहा अभी कमबैक आएगा, अभी कमबैक आएगा. अभी तो कर ही नहीं है, मतलब अब जाके करेंगे क्या? But at least 13-0 now. I hope for them कि at least 13-2, 13-3 हो जाए.
If it's a cent, that's impressive. This map has 3 sites.
Yeah.
That's even more impressive. And usually there was one ready to crunch through on the other side as well.
I can't think of a moment where EDG stepped on the B side other than the one kill or one attempted kill.
उसका clutch नहीं दिखाया, clutch दिखाया नहीं.
There was a B side. Remember they used the nade last second from Jenny to try to cancel.
The clutch तो नहीं किया था उसने, but still. The first 13-0 in EWC history.
From the A main, if I'm
really?
not mistaken.
दिखाया, but उसने अच्छा किया.
for NRG, perhaps playing the
इन्हें
default,
पता
perhaps exploring the map and removing
यार
some
इन
of
लोगों
that
ने
information
काफी
was the way
like
to go.
1v1
They decided
हारे
to play more
मतलब
direct, which also makes sense. Look, they've got information,
I
they're
don't
rotating
know.
ahead of us. Let's go more direct. Let's get ahead of those rotations. And yet they couldn't.
13-1
And
or
that's so
13-2
impressive.
please.
It speaks to how BBL play this defensive side.
you
Aggression right off the bat. Why? Were there
you
four
the
players
real
with three
panoti.
towards the C site with one outside B ready to swing on the door? Because
नहीं तो यार नहीं ऐसे कुछ नहीं है ऐसा कुछ नहीं है मैं वैसे भी देखती हूँ it's just आज मैं स्ट्रीम करने की capable हूँ तो मतलब ये नहीं मैं बनाती हूँ sorry
This has been a tough play for EDG.
Well, it's safe to say this tournament is starting to feel a little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death, only taking 2 defeats to 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝, who went all the way to a top 4 finish. And then this year,
oh it's so cute
coming in with a
ये
stand-in
कहाँ है ये तो मैंने नहीं देखे
facing
हैं
off against a
कभी
BBL that
They're so
looked to be
pretty
back in
cute
form, at least
cute
on
से
an
यार
individual level. We saw
पता है
them
इसका
go
एक
missing
कैरी था ये मतलब वो
in stage 1.
स्क्विशी वाला नहीं आया था
A team with high
वो इतना क्यूट
expectations
सा था
after a
और
flawless
मुझे
run
इतना पसंद था
at
बट
kickoff
ये
regionally.
अकाउंट पे मेरे इस अकाउंट
And then EDG off the back of
बेस्ट
a very good finish at Masters London, unfortunately are not able to show.
ओ ये पूरी हाल है गाइस
Sure, the excuses are there, but this is a completely different look for a team that has some incredibly good players.
Oh, EDG come in here, 4 pistols. It's a confident buy, and well, listen, if they're going to make 12 rounds in a row, they got to start it that
Guys,
way. For individuals to show up.
अगर ये लोग ये हारे तो मैं एक बात कहूँगी वैसे
Although GeForce
बस एक बात कहनी है
I'm not sure about BBL, and they don't have that kind of history.
बट इन लोगों ने 3 एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया होगा कि 3 फ्लैंक पे
He's been naded, he's been shot, he is dead. And EDG end up in a 4 versus 4 with the plant coming through from BBL, and they're looking to fight. Of course they are. Most teams would sit back, but that is not BBL style. Trading blows though. Sends BBL flee.
With Spike.
Yeah, they're going to take this to the C site, but that's if they can get past 𝐁𝐿.
It seems like they know they've been boxed in. But 𝐁𝐿 definitely has a good argument that they're not even going B. He's gone all the way around the other side of the map to the C site, but the defenders have also gone, well, okay, it's a little bit too quiet on this side. And because of that, the plant position is actually a bit of a problem. Back to the spawn Rose needs to go. The flank is now being watched. They're ready for the move, but it's going to be the shot coming out on the other side.
Guys, क्या होने वाला है? क्या होने वाला है 12-1? क्या होने वाला है guys? तो मेरे को क्या लगता है?
Who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game with a chance to clutch.
Oh, surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad? He's brought it to a 1v1, a single point of health for EDG to avoid the 13-0.
कुछ तो किया इन लोगों ने ये भी इन लोगों ने वैसे
He's laughing.
बस प्रो ही हो गया था ये वैसे ना मतलब
It's unusual that you see Lloyd to have a quiet game, but the fact he almost 1v3s to 13-0 is a crazy way this game could have ended. Instead, oh, they're not going to be joining the club.
Let's go.
Sorry,
Let's
Mitchell.
go.
I know you had that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go. Instead, we'll see them now come in with investment.
Come back time. Let's go. Let's go. हम भी देख रहे हैं. Come back home.
They're looking to try and mirror the scoreboard of the last.
Yeah, at least मुझे लग रहा है actually मुझे लग रहा है कि इनके पास classics थी इसलिए वो लोग निकाल नहीं पाए EDG के against वरना almost निकल गया था यार उनके favor में round. यार ये मेरा वो हो जाता है ये लोग ऐसे push करते ना मुझे ऐसा होता है अभी गए और इन लोगों ने guns drop कर दिया almost.
There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. And a flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing B instead as he draws their eye. But now he's a little surrounded.
वो कहाँ दिखा रहा था अभी ओमन पे नहीं दिखाना था Guys, ये तो मैं लग रही हूँ Spectre Demon.
Teammates coming.
The wraparound is on the way. Nice work by Signed, and they will clean it up in the end, but danger averted, but only barely.
But एको अच्छा.
I'll be honest with you, like at least some of the plays that can't
At least उन्होंने 3 बंदे down तो किया.
I think they've looked at this and gone,
don't think so
12 rounds in a row, probably not going to happen. I'm
enough
just going to go
like
fight them in their
Vandals
spawn
वाला
and
buy
see
होगा.
what will go through. I don't
They will
think that
definitely
they were
buy.
even considering
और
the
इनके पास full
possibility
buy
of
होगा.
a 12-0 return
BBL
on
के
the other
पास.
side. And you can see it in their faces. They're having a good time. They know
गलत
their
बोला है
map
क्या
choice
मैंने?
is up next. For BBL, they've just got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does
सही
mean
बोला
that
मैंने.
as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. A couple of rifles, a judge, and an SMG. But realistically, all BBL need is one.
Well, EDG this time, the ones with the read, you might think. It seems a lot of players outside the C site. The spike was here moments ago, but now it's shifting back in the other direction. As EDG stand with 3 players on the C side, 1 sitting outside B, and that will be the one to be challenged. You know, perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL.
Guys, मैं ना वो हो रहा है मतलब.
At this point of the game, but I think they want to close this out while it's still in
पता
dominant
नहीं उसको
fashion.
क्या बोलते हैं वो हो रहा है बस.
From building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. It will be nobody that's challenged. I said it being a tough game for him, but that's a bloody
Guys, ये
nice
तो
shot.
मैं भी मार लूँ. क्या ही है?
Hey, it's still got
सही
it. There's
था.
no doubt about it. And it's gone. Lovers Rock. They're able to trade, and the rotation just
And yeah.
isn't there. The position.
क्या लगता है guys तुम लोगों को? इधर खत्म.
Got to get his gun out.
It's the worst
What?
one for it.
The trip's offline, so we can actually catch them on the cross, but unlucky to not get Rose. 8 HP. TP past the wall. Sign left blinded. He's trying to deny them, but instead he ends up being caught. Him staying alive with the wall might have even been enough to potentially change the round. Instead, 𝐁𝐮𝐢's going to try and maybe even run in and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through the smoke. It's down to 𝐁𝐿 again to keep them alive. And he's got rid of
Guys, 1v2 है. इनमें से fade low है इनके.
He almost pulled off a 1v5 earlier in the day. This one doesn't seem so difficult, especially with Rose so desperately low. A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a singular bullet to connect, but Rose is now hiding behind the pillar.
नहीं क्या है? Knife flex कर दे यार ये बंदा.
Anything else is ringing around to Rose. He's gone all the way around behind him. He's just trying to wrap back around, and well, it might be a little bit closer. But I think 𝐁𝐿 has got
अजीब यार ना knife क्यों flex कर रहे हैं?
Yeah, BBL though giving them a lot of respect. This isn't just.
मुझे लग रहा है उसका वो उसमें scroll में थोड़ा सा मसला हो गया होगा.
They played this incredibly slow. They tried to push and pull the map. That rotation, again, great work from Jenny. Considering he had the judge, almost expected him to just stay tucked, but he almost gets away with a kill. And that HP definitely made a difference in that 1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage. Most importantly, to get the information for those early rotates back. And yes, Sign might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough 𝐁𝐿 could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give 𝐁𝐿 a chance. That's all you have to do. Like,
if he's on your team.
You give him a
Too early, I guess. Why did I doubt
do your best
him?
not to give him a chance, but that doesn't always work. 3 rounds. You know, 25% of the way there.
Comeback हो जाए तो Valorant good. ऐसे तो chances मतलब 0.1 होंगे 0.001 maybe. LaRock the goat. Guys तुम लोगों को LaRock कितना अच्छा लगता है क्या? मुझे नहीं पता था like ये भी कोई player है या ऐसा कुछ. He's playing really good. Guys EDG अच्छा खेलती है. Hello. EDG अच्छा खेलती है guys. Guys मैंने भी ऐਵੇਂ like तुम लोगों की वजह से underestimate कर दिया था EDG को, वरना तो EDG अच्छा खेलती है.
All we need to see is them pick up that momentum.
Ata defense
start to feel like they're not just
वो तो आपके ऊपर भी depend करता है आप कितना अच्छा defense करो.
Their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats and then managing to turn it around. I think even look at BBL in their last series versus 100 Thieves, dominated map 2, still lost map 3. Like as long as their opponents felt like they were in it. But it does seem like the beasts from the east are now awake. And they're enjoying themselves while they do it. Some nice shots being connected by nobody as well. 𝐁𝐿 waking up, and you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha hee hee funny.
EDG wanna champs आप तो इमो हो कहाँ ही पता होगा hello didn't you switch sites to BBL actually मैंने BBL पे इसलिए साइट स्विच करी थी क्योंकि मुझे लगा था कि मैं कर्स हूँ तो अगर मैं उस पर साइट स्विच करूँगी तो EDG अच्छा खेलेगी and वो लोग वाकई अच्छे खेल रहे हैं अब and I'm so good मतलब मुझे खुशी हुई I'm so good क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं इंग्लिश नहीं आती है गाइस मुझे जब आया मजाक कर रही हूँ आती है वो फंबल हो रहा है थोड़ा सा ना मैं
They don't want EDG to get back into this. They believe it's possible, as they should.
गाइस मैं OBS में इतनी अच्छी आ रही हूँ मतलब सुंदर सी इसमें भी अच्छी आ रही हूँ क्या मैं haters will gonna say नहीं अच्छी आ रही but I know कि मैं अच्छी आ रही हूँ गाइस ए पे इन लोगों ने कर लिया स्पेस निकाल रहे हैं लोग क्या कर रहा है ये क्या कर रहा है 2v3 गाइस क्या लगता तभी मैं सोचूं मैं हारता क्यों हूँ Dayan, क्या नाम है आपका वैसे? आपके साथ मैंने खेला है क्या?
It's a gap that was exploited, and now the remaining two players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1.
एवी मैंने तारीफ कर दी इनकी मतलब मुझे लग रहा है एवी तारीफ कर दी है मैंने इनकी ना
signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good paranoia, but the trade immediate onto it and a lot of damage being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar first half out of BBL and an incredible turnaround after playing this map twice in the last few days, losing in overtime in both occasions. They have come back versus one of those teams and had a 12-0 defensive half. And they managed to get the job done on attack. Creven was one of the big parts of that.
क्या समझी नहीं मैं समझी नहीं
with the swap to the cipher.
𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 hello
And they need to bounce back.
I mean, Creven was holding.
गाइस मुझे लग रहा है मुझे तारीफ नहीं करनी चाहिए थी अच्छा खासा निकाल तो रहे थे राउंड
They tried to push and pull, but nothing worked against BBL. The info game here on Modus looking.
कोई बात नहीं अभी सेकंड मैप भी है गाइस डोंट वरी अभी है एक सेकंड मैप भी
It's time to see if they can close the series or if EDG
डिसाइडर्स पे भी जा सकता है वैसे
bounce back in the reverse sweep. Before that though, back to the desk with D.
बट इन लोगों ने काफी अच्छा खेला honestly
Thank
what
you
a
very
fall
much,
from
Mitch. And yes, EDG
Grace this
staved
team
off,
has
the long side of
had
history, but it's just a consolation
Grace this
prize to
team
get
has
those
a
4 rounds
क्या
on attack.
अच्छा ब्रो व्हाट डू यू मीन एक ही आने नहीं ये वर्ड्स नहीं लिखो गाइस मेरी स्ट्रीम पे हेलो
and we were frantically looking up different stats, history.
मुझे क्यों नहीं याद आ रहा
13 zeros in a competitive match,
देखने दो मुझे एक
of this
सेकंड
caliber, and it was tough to find any.
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone, being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13-0 that was not going their way. So yeah, one pistol away, and do not forget, Loita almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Silver, whatnot.
Guys, मुझे नहीं
From
पता
the
कौन है
Viper to the Cypher, the trips that he had on C to control that Kangan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact,
EDG was such a powerhouse team. Now they're losing to BBL. Guys, हर किसी का एक bad day होता है. Honestly speaking, भाई मेरे भी कभी-कभी अच्छे दिन नहीं जाते हैं. मैं 11 losing streak पे थी. पता है तुम लोग?
After that game, they convinced me. They absolutely just destroyed them in that first half. There, I feel like EDG very grouped.
Guys, मैं हर किसी का एक bad day होता है, but I don't know उन्होंने क्या किया इस मैच पे. But अभी एक और मैच भी है.
Every time it felt like EDG are attacking, it decides with 3 or even more people on them, and they just.
यार रैन क्या हो गया? मुझे नहीं याद आ रहा है. तुमने मैसेजेस ही डिलीट कर दिए. ऐसे नहीं होता है. मैं आती हूँ. सर्वर देखती हूँ.
I don't know, 15-1. Good luck going there. And in on A, you have the older trident ready
डबल डिजिट करा दे. हाँ वो तो मैं समझ गई कि तुम उधर से हो, बट एक्चुअली ना तुम्हें पता है जो लड़की ना अपना पासवर्ड पीसी का पासवर्ड भूल सकती है ना, वो किसी को भी भूल सकती है एक दिन में. तो मुझे नहीं पता कि याद नहीं आ रहा, मैं याद करने का ट्राई कर रही हूँ. Let's see. Can you see the stats on VLRGG?
He has been
GG, I think so.
Both of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment where they were 5-0.
I think so.
Let's see. Rose screaming and like saying this, and like there's no way you're mad at him. There is no way. Even on the smallest mistakes that they were making, the corrections were instant. Hey guys, there's a gap here. We cannot let this player do this. And time again, with that aggression, all of them sometimes playing this rounds where they're just, we call in Spain we used to call them hooligan rounds, because they go all together, and it's impossible because in every situation they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is I'm so impressed by how they've managed to assess what happened against EWC last time. You know, that
these are the stats, guys. अगर जिसको भी देखने हैं, अभी देख लो जरा.
What EWC are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here. So.
Hello guys, but इसमें फिर भी अच्छा खेला. हटाओ भाई. वेट मैंने नहीं किया, व्हाट हो गया यार, मतलब खैर हो गई.
I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were not finding any.
Second map कौन सा breeze है, क्या है?
The fact that you know if you're going C and Loverstock is playing there with the
क्योंकि ये obviously BBL का best map था, obviously best pickup ही करेंगे ना. Wait मैंने नहीं किया, ये तो मैंने पढ़ लिया. Obviously BBL का pick था तो अच्छा ही खेलेंगे. अब देखते हैं ना, second pick उनका है ना, अच्छा ही खेलेंगे.
Map, I think that it only happened a couple of times, and it never meant them losing the round. You remember we were seeing at the beginning of this replay, the 𝐁𝐮 almost.
थोड़ा सा हम थोड़ी सी चैट कर लें, या तुम लोगों को इस मतलब ये सुनना है. All going negative. सिर्फ एक पॉजिटिव था, which was that actually. बाकी ओके यार, होता है यार, मतलब क्या बोल सकती हूँ मैम इनको. मैं तो होती ही नहीं हूँ कुछ बोलने वाली, मतलब अच्छा तो खेलती ही नहीं मैं तो. गाइस तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है नेक्स्ट जीतेंगे? नथिंग, आई डोंट हैव वन. ये क्या है, क्या मतलब, क्या है, क्या मतलब? बाय द वे वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. गाइस इसमें से पहली दफा देखी. क्या क्या है, आगे भी तो लिखा करो यार, मतलब गाइस मैं ग्लास है. Just kidding. I hope NRG destroy case today. NRG का भी मैच, NRG का कब मैच है गाइस? और स्क्रीन पे, मेरे स्क्रीन पे ये क्या है, क्या है, क्या बोल रहा है? एनर्जी का भी मैच है. मैं क्या सो रही होती, मतलब हाँ आज है इस मैच के बाद है. मैं भूल गई थी, सॉरी. आज है, मैं फिर भी देखूंगी एक बार. एक तो था, हाँ, एक मैच तो था. अब आई डोंट नो मैं स्ट्रीम कर सकूँ सर, बहुत हेलो हेलो हेलो। I don't remember the schedule. Actually मुझे याद था but it's like मैं messed up कर दिया था मैंने नामों को। एंड दूसरा ये कि शायद करूँगी स्ट्रीम, आई डोंट नो, क्योंकि क्योंकि थोड़ा सा मेरा ना पर्सनल रूम नहीं है एक्चुअली। रीज़न बता दूँ, ऑनेस्ट मैं बहुत ज़्यादा अपने लोगों के साथ मैंने ना आवाज़ तेज कर, सॉरी। खैर, एक और वैसे मुझे एक और न्यूज़ मिली है, वैसे अच्छी सी है मेरे लिए तो, बट दूसरा ये कि पर्सनल रूम नहीं है, तो जो लोगों को मैंने अभी फ़िलहाल टेम्प्रेरी रूम से बाहर निकाला हुआ है तो वो तो ऑब्वियसली आना चाहेंगे, तो इसलिए फिर मैं मुझे अच्छा लगेगा कि क्या मैम आए वो लोग। शायद करूँ शायद नहीं करूँ, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली बिना कैम के तो तुम लोग वॉच पार्टी देखो, जस्ट किडिंग। बट ये होता है ना कि मैस्ड अप हो जाता है वॉच पार्टी में, कोई बोल रहा हो फिर आप बोल रहे हो तो वो समझ नहीं आता है, तो इसलिए भी मैं नहीं करूँगी, मैस्ड अप हो जाएंगी चीज़ें। तो मे बी कल करूँगी, मे बी नहीं, वैसे तो करूँगी कल, होप सो। अब देखो, और मुझे संडे के मैचेस भी करने थे बट मैं कहीं गई हुई थी, कुछ ब्लेंडर हुए हुए थे, तो इसलिए मैंने, बाकी और बाकी जो स्ट्रीम पे नए हो गाइस, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो, बेल आइकन प्रेस कर दो, एंड मुझे प्लीज़ रिव्यू बताओ कि तुम लोगों को वॉच पार्टी कैसी लग रही है, आ रहा है, क्या हो रहा है, और फिलहाल तो तुम लोग अपने बारे में कुछ बता दो, तुम लोगों के क्या रैंक्स हो रहा है। चैट क्यों गाइस, आई स्वेयर मैंने पेड लोगों को बिठाया, साथ ही साथ में कमेंट करने, लाइक ऐड करने, एक सेकंड टचअप करके गाइस। EDG has a 75% win rate on Breeze, so it's gonna be interesting. Let's see. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि, और BBL का क्या है, कितना परसेंट रेट है गाइस, मुझे लगता है इंटरेस्टिंग होगा। मुझे लग रहा है कि मुझे तो वैसे सबसे गंदा मैं अपना वैलोरेंट में ब्रीज एंड फ्रैक्चर लगता है। इट्स हॉरिबल। मतलब मैं बोलती हूँ अबे भाई फ्रैक्चर गया था, जाने ही देते क्या, वापसी क्यों नहीं ले आए हो ना आप लोग। बट मेरे वैलोरेंट थोड़ी ना सुनेगा, मतलब बट मुझे नहीं अच्छा लगता फ्रैक्चर एंड ब्रीज। इसको भी बस भगा दो गाइस जल्दी से। मुझे करोड़ अच्छा लगता है, मुझे सबसे अच्छा असेंट स्प्लिट बहुत अच्छा लगता है मुझे। और कौन सा, पर्ल भी मुझे नहीं अच्छा लगता। इट्स अच्छा नहीं है वो। हूँ यू सपोर्टिंग, यार मैं तो ईडीजी को सपोर्ट कर रही थी और ईडीजी हार गई। अब मैं क्या बोल सकती। मैच शुरू हो गया है?
9-3 on the attack, and then the next time, sometimes players go missing, and they can get bodied. So it is difficult to tell if this is going to end up being a good choice right now. I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was comfortable for them. And on this attack, almost moving as a bit of a death ball, even in just the first couple of rounds, that could be a pretty terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run. Their strengths were
गाइस मैं BBL को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ। BBL ऑन टॉप यार, मतलब अच्छा खेल रही है BBL। जो जीतेगा मैं उसको सपोर्ट करूँगा गाइस।
BBL were aware of it. Well, rumors of even player changes because it was like, okay, can Lovers Rock recover to the point where if he's not playing Yara, he can actually play to a decent level? And I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh.
क्या कर रहा है? क्या कर रहा है?
Any time to overcorrect.
गाइस अगर मैं ऐसे विफ कर रही हूँ ना, मेरे दोस्त मुझे ऐसे देखें, वो मुझे बोलेंगे डू यू नो लाइक देयर इज अ गेम तो नहीं बोलो, लाइक एम लैप्स कर लो यार जाके स्ट्रीम पे से। वो लोग तो ये बोल देंगे अब ये इतना गंदा विफ करूँगी मैं तो। और वो क्या कर रहा था यार, क्यों, मतलब ये तो फिर परफेक्ट थ्रो कर रहे हैं यार, मुझे बुरा लग रहा है।
Usually don't get punished.
Guys, एक सेकंड, एक ब्लंडर कर दिया मैंने।
Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first two.
I know.
Now it's just pistols for EDG. Awesome. This is the real round. The rifles are out, and hopefully more than one kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player. The weakest weapon, well, it's arguable, is either the Outlaw, which, okay, will only be one shot to one player, but normally you might see an SMG or two, so they've got their credits in a very good spot. And for EDG, if the last map is anything to go by, it does feel imperative that they get on this board early. Start to put the pressure on. For the Turkish Titans.
ये लोग बोनस पे खेल रहे हैं, I think so. And उन लोगों का बाय है EDG वालों का.
So he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, but he has already. Picking off Larocque, but the trade
एक पिक निकाल लेते हैं, मैं इतनी खुश हो जाती हूँ, मतलब हो गया भाई, मतलब फिर BBL 3-4 पिक से निकाल लेती है, वही मैं स्टार्ट हो जाऊँ।
Double down on the advantages, weapons recovered, and from a strong bonus round to an unbreakable one with Jenny. Your last man standing, one under his belt, a solid start, good flash out of the smoke. Spams might have gotten him, but Loida was there first, playing anti-flash behind the wall and finding 3-0. That round, even more worried. BBL looked like they're having a lot of fun.
He wasn't happy with the quality of that fist bump. That's the biggest problem that BBL is having right now. Like, sorry bro, you didn't fist bump me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again, definitely not a good sign. They seem like they are going back to, as said, a lot more basics. You're always going to have problems, I think, especially on the defensive side when you're a team with a stand-in, because you have to try and make sure you have that same.
Guys, I will smurf these lobbies. बस खान आप तो बस सर आपकी क्या बात है, मैं तो आपके आगे कुछ ठीक ही पड़ जाती हूँ, समझ रहे हैं आप? Guys, but तुम लोगों की इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए लूजिंग स्ट्रीक जो मेरी 11 चल रही थी ना, उनमें से खान भी मेरी लूजिंग स्ट्रीक का पार्ट था, जिसने बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है मेरी लूजिंग स्ट्रीक में। Guys, तुम लोगों के साथ कभी ऐसा हुआ है? God, again, what am I witnessing? Guys, मुझे लग रहा है मैं ही कर रही हूँ ना, बस तो ही हो रहा है, मतलब ना ये मतलब EDG अच्छा खेलते थे यार, मतलब अब मैं ADC को दे सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ ना मैं बस क्या अब हो गया भाई नहीं यार मतलब नहीं हुआ अभी भी नहीं हुआ है गाइस मतलब
Nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it. And a plan
3v3 है
now for
guys
BBL puts them back into this 3v3. They're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team that we've seen in those first.
guys scam भी दिखाया करें
Aggression now out of LaRock. I think he's 5-0 at the moment, possibly even more.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रही हूँ मैं जो बोल रही हूँ मैं बंद कर
He's delivering again in the corner. And perhaps we're seeing into the future a fourth for him and a fifth on offer. He will find it clean as can be for LaRock and BBL.
यार मैं तो कहती हूँ बस यही बंद कर देते अब मेरी ना हो गई है इस टीम से
I will say normally when they have a worse map of Breeze it's because LaRock's not hitting like him on the Jet has been the sort of win factor. It's like is he going to be the best player in the server or are we going to lose? Like that's kind of how this map has gone. There was once, I think, where Rose like clutched every round for like an entire map, but that I'm not expecting that to happen again. The fact that we currently have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and LaRock all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them.
Guys,
now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky, and they're already gone. They're already dead and buried. Both Signed and Jenny gone. The lurk from Creven almost feels like an afterthought because there's going to be nobody left to lurk on.
A 2v5, a Hunter's Fury available for the
मुझे कुछ बोलना है
and he is back in
क्या बोलूं यार मैं
Speaking of which, look where Creven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender and slowly boxing them in. There is nothing for EDG to do to win this round, short of spin botting, I think.
ये कौन सा एंगल है भाई ये कौन सा एंगल है
Look how quickly Rose moves. Back towards the spawn, players on doors. 𝐁𝐮𝐢's going to have to fight to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on absolutely every side. Good work to find two. Every kill here is an orb towards a Viper's Pit. And that will help massively in locking down these choke points. So even if he does go down here, considering they're not going to
How is the stream going?
The next round anyways, it wouldn't be the
Guys, मैं on stream रो दूंगी क्योंकि मुझे बहुत बुरा लग रहा है
show no signs of stopping.
No.
स्ट्रीम तो अब सही चल रही है मतलब बफर वगैरह नहीं कर रही है इट्स क्वाइट गुड नाउ स्टेबल हो गई है
completely caught off guard and I expect a pause out of EDG now. They need to restructure this because the pace, and it's not even that strange of a pace. Look, a crossfire where one player has his wall out. I mean,
the problem though is that you say that, but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting caught by the dash in as well. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team in the stand-in, which is
guys हम लोग ये gloves कैसे रखते हैं इसका
and just hit him. Just hit him at pace.
Because
you can't
Kang is gonna personally report your stream after this. Why?
He's gambling.
Why?
To try and figure out a fix, and then if he dies, you've lost the sight. That's it's very, very difficult to have, especially on the defense.
कोई इतनी importance नहीं देता किसी को. इसलिए बता रही हूँ मैं.
You normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1. Or 5-0. Let's just go into one side.
Someone is just DMing me for no reason.
And until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And wow, look at the current scoreline. They haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG. If it keeps going in this form for BBL, they'll be the 4th EMEA team out of 5 to make it to playoffs. And EDG will be out.
Recap दे दे इंशू द स्ट्रीमर. रिकैप ये है कि मैं जिसको सपोर्ट करती हूँ वो साली टीम ही अच्छा नहीं खेलती. EDG को मैं सपोर्ट कर रही थी, उससे लोटस में इतना गंदा खेला है. ये लोग लिटरली 12-0 थे, लाइक हाफ में 1 हाफ के बाद 12-0 थे ये लोग. But somehow they just did 13-4 and अब ये Breeze इनका pick है by the way, EDG का, and इधर ये लोग 0-5 हो रहे हैं. Guys मेरा ना मुझे बुरा लग रहा है.
It's a bit shaky for LaRock. 10-1 though, as he finds that extra kill. I don't think Jenny's going to be pulled back into this round. No chance to res him on backside. Nobody's all alone. As if it's not bad enough to face against 4, the Rock with a Blade Storm should make that even more terrifying.
He pop the blades in a 4v1.
और बस ये अभी चल ही रहा है मतलब
I guess at this point,
बुराई चल रही है.
do whatever you want. Go for the style points.
It's not like credits are going to be a problem anytime soon.
No, they're getting very close to max on almost every single player. And well, there you go. The additional kill will go his way. That's 6-0.
गाइस ये बंदा अच्छा खेलता है, ये जेट बहुत अच्छा खेलता है गाइस. मैं तो कब से बीबीएल की साइड पे थी. किसने कहा ईडीजी को सपोर्ट करी? ईडीजी ऐसी की तैसी उसकी. डू यू नो द प्लेयर्स इवन? मुझे पता है क्या मतलब है. क्या मतलब है? हेलो, मुझे पता है लॉक कौन है. एंड दिखारी बता रही हूँ. ये रोज है, ये क्यूइन है, लॉइटा है, लवर्स रॉक है, लेरॉक है, एंड उधर साइंड है, नोबडी है, जीनी है. जीनी ये ज़ेडएम जेजे के क्या है? इसका नहीं पता मुझे. और एक चीचू है. चीचू अच्छा नाम है, क्यूट सा है. गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं कर फंबल कर देती हूँ गाइस मैं इतने सारे लोगों को देख के. है गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं बोल ही नहीं रही मैं. फक इट. कोच नेम बताओ. क्या हो गया? क्या मेरा क्वेश्चन है? मुझे कुछ मिलेगा तो बताओ, मैं बताऊंगी भी नाम. गाइस ये अच्छा नहीं खेल रही. लगा अच्छा खेल रही है. कुछ मिलेगा तो बताओ. कॉफी मिलेगी तो बताओ. क्यों है?
You'd have to clear everything with
Chichu. Nice Chichu.
Is basically null and
that
void.
Viper.
I love this from BBL. You have been doing the same thing again and again from 6 rounds. The 4-1. Like just send everybody one way, send Kreven the other way. And after they get the opening pick, Kreven just goes, guys, there's nobody here. And I don't mean the player. They made it so easy to rotate back the other way, even having the TP out from Lloyd to see just take the spike directly to the side. And then leave another lurk in the form of your most aggressive
बस कर दो. मेरी स्किन कहाँ है?
It's kind of close, but one of your most aggressive players.
पहले ये बताओ फिर कॉफी. बस कर दो. मेरी स्किन कहाँ है? पहले ये बताओ फिर कॉफी. कौन सी स्किन? हेलो.
Put a few more names in the hat. That's insane. The fact that he's able to walk through like that. Keep in mind he's not.
ऐसे आपस की बात है. really needed. मैं नहीं बोल रही. इंग्लिश बोल ही नहीं रही हूँ मैं. स्ट्रीम पे इंग्लिश कभी नहीं बोल पाती हूँ. मैं नहीं बोल रही हूँ गाइस. मतलब उस दिन इतने सारे लोग नहीं थे ना. मतलब कुछ लोग थे तो फिर मैं मतलब अच्छी इंग्लिश बोल रही थी. Way to go, more girls. I'm so proud of you. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Root. Thank you so much. By the way, welcome to the stream. I saw your comment and it was so overwhelming. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा आपने comment किया. I'm so glad. Thank you. I hope you had a fun here. You will have fun here. You had a fun क्या होता है guys? मैं पढ़ी लिखी जाहिल हो गई हूँ थोड़ी सी. यार मुझे ये लग रहा है कि मुझे वहाँ की कॉफ़ी पी लेनी चाहिए क्योंकि सर बहुत हट रहा है. मतलब एक्सट्रीम. ऑर्डर कर दूँ क्या? भाई क्या कर रहे हैं?
And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control. Good work though from the remaining players of EDG. A quick kill to clear him. 2 desperately low on the other side.
Guys.
The one healthy man, Laroc's spotted, and he's now down to just 13 health.
Easy. He's
walked back into the space. The knife just cleared that.
Yeah, having fun.
But Jenny also has to move to the side. He's got to go and help his teammates. Kreven's now taken one down, but okay. 𝐁𝐿 catches him, and finally a round is on the board.
Finally इन बंदों ने एक हाफ में कुछ तो किया. मतलब एक राउंड तो निकाला. मतलब
it's safe to say
गाइस बहुत हो गया था यार हारना. उस मैप पे भी एक हाफ तो 12-0 ही गए हैं. मतलब what is this behavior पूजा?
You go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect.
अच्छी लाइट आती है मेरे को.
Signed bringing them back into the game after the aggressive positioning, but that has been the problem. There have been massive gaps.
मुझे बुरा लग रहा है. अच्छा लग रहा है अब कि एक राउंड तो निकाला उन्होंने.
Surprised that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying into the operator on the attack. an investment that may just look to try and
why?
deny any of that defensive aggression, which is going to be coming.
Spike drop.
You reckon they check 𝐁𝐮𝐢?
I don't think they do. It really depends on Jenny.
Ah.
He's backed off the angle now. They start to think that
Guys, अगर इसने निकाल लिए
Guys,
अबे यार नहीं यार ये चीटिंग है मैं नहीं खेल रही ये चीटिंग है ये क्यों देख रहे हैं एंड में सबने ने क्या किया है
LeRock also tagged low, so an advantage once again. Rose, though, instead has managed to kill off 𝐁𝐿. The trades, again, though, are immediate. Lovers Rock with one more catching side.
Guys, ये क्या पार्क में आया हुआ है घूमने?
Towards the A site.
ये क्या पार्क में आया हुआ है? इसको नहीं पता चलता कि यहाँ से भी आ सकता है बंदा.
They've left the player there
और वहाँ पे बंदा मारा भी है. Like
Lovers Rock will be able to get that planted position, but there is LeRock catching 𝐁𝐿𝐤.
𝐁𝐿𝐤, अच्छा ये जीनी नहीं है 𝐁𝐿𝐤 है.
Try and clutch out to stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1.
Guys, मैं BBL को support करना शुरू कर दिया मैंने. I'm rooting for them.
And both remaining attack players are sat passively. They're checking for the flank. Of course, with LeRock low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively enough that they just wait for this player to get a move. Stun out already. And the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and LeRock didn't even need to peek whatsoever.
मैं तो कुछ कहती ही नहीं हूँ गाइस अगर मैं होती ना यहाँ मैं तो ये जो हाफ हुआ है ना उसी से पहले मैं तो हिम्मत ही हार देती हूँ सच बता रही हूँ मैं बट ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं यार मतलब
the fact that they recovered it like that, but my guy's rotating through mid with his knife out. He's completely lost in the sauce. It's not like there's any reason to
कोई बात नहीं गाइस निकाल लेंगे गाइस trust me. बट ये साइन क्या कर रहा था पार्क में आया था घूमने आया था नियॉन तू ही है यार नियॉन कर लेगी यार
one round on the board. BBL could be right back to winning ways. And the outlaw buy here for Lovers Rock. Look how confident he is. He knows the buy that they're on. You can see the economy.
Of course.
Double barrel operator now.
He went around with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody.
ये कौन सा एंगल है
अब
अब मैं देख रही हूँ ना अब तो मैं लिटरली इमॉर्टल तो पहुंच ही जाऊंगी आराम से वापसी
However, BBL are just patient. They're waiting it out. They know that the utility is probably the bigger risk in this one. Sign again. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's 𝐁𝐿 to react, but once more, it goes back and forth. The advantage, though, this time claimed by EDG. It's up to Loiter. Now the other defender is
please उसका वेट कर लो please उसका वेट कर लो
That's where Loiter makes his move. Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace. But 𝐁𝐮𝐢 might be a little bit further ahead than what he's expecting. Never mind, he's going to go forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
Main charges की गंदी हो जाएगी main charges.
Like that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like you've got players on site distracting, but instead he's tucked in. Luckily, Jenny's clearing it. The mistake there could have been costly.
Ace है ना इस बंदे का ace है ना इस बंदे का ace है ना guys.
Location he'd have to move. If Jenny
इसका ace है.
All advantages slip, but he does well. And I think a lot of that comes down to 𝐁𝐮𝐢. He was in the right place at the right time. He heard that TP be taken, so you know he's either spawned or making a play.
मैं BBL के support में ही रहूँगी. मैं रहूँगी BBL के support में.
From 𝐁𝐮𝐢, he stayed towards that site for so long, knowing that TP was online.
I think, to be honest, everybody finding their one, but then it's this kill. It's 𝐁𝐿𝐤 making sure that
𝐁𝐿𝐤, nice name, yeah.
Losing that fight and then being very cautious on rotation.
𝐁𝐿𝐤.
It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side for BBL. And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at 𝐁𝐿𝐤 with that null command. If you can deny a lot of that utility, you could make things a little bit tougher.
क्या सीन है और सीन है भाई डीजे का अजीब सपोर्ट में आई थी इनके आज तो मैं कहा एडीजे को सपोर्ट करूंगी अजीब मूड ही खराब कर गाइस मैं बीबीएल के ही सपोर्ट में रहूंगी ताकि कुछ खेले तो कुछ खेल ही नहीं रहे थे जब सपोर्ट में थी अजीब प्लीज निकाल ले सोए प्लीज निकाल ले
striking at just the right time, and now Kreven is impressive.
भाई अगर इसने क्लच किया अगर इसने ये राउंड निकाल लिया मैं कुछ गंदा नहीं बोलूँगी मतलब मैं जो कर सकूँगी वो बोलूँगी मतलब मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं सकती है एक्चुअली मैं गंजी हो जाती अगर ये निकाल लेता ना बट निकाल ही नहीं पाया मतलब वो राउंड
by BBL, and again seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3 from what was a 7-1 scoreline. A pretty decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course, it's still going to be a mountain to climb in the second, but an 8-4 certainly looks better than where they would be at if not for some of these plays.
तुम्हारा क्या सीन है मेरा ये सीन है कि मैं क्या सीन है मतलब किस बारे में पूछ रही हूँ मैं बहुत अच्छी हूँ मेरा कोई सीन नहीं है मैं बस वॉच पार्टी देख रही हूँ मुझे कॉफ़ी पीनी है लेकिन अगर तुम ऑर्डर कर दो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा और मैं वेट कर रही हूँ मेरी चेयर आने वाली थी आज एंड आई थिंक मैं नेक्स्ट करूँ नहीं करूँ आई डोंट नो पता नहीं
Certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half and bring us all the way to sunset. For now, 5-man push towards this B site. Standing in their way. 𝐁𝐮𝐢, who's been solid so far. And Jenny. A lot of utility as well that can come their way. The thing for
यानी मक्खी मुझे बहुत तंग कर रही है नहीं तुम अपनी मक्खी को ले जाओ आपसे मुझे नहीं चाहिए मक्खी क्या आप करने शुरू कर दिया कर ले बदतमीजी कर ले सुकून मिल गया तुम्हें मतलब गाइस मैं बीबीएल की सपोर्ट में हूँ इसीलिए तो हूँ इसीलिए कॉफी पी तो हुई है क्या कुछ ही नहीं इसकी सुन लो पहले गाइस इसकी सुन लो
and that early blitzing has turned into
Hi, have a great stream. Thank you, 𝐤𝐤𝐿. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Like करना मत भूलना. Dual monitor setup करो. भेजवाओ मुझे dual screen, guys. भेज रहे हैं.
To put a lot of pressure onto this squad.
Guys, मैं irritate हो रही हूँ. Like मैं इतना easy to raise bait कैसे हो सकती हूँ?
Direct A attacks. The amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course, Signed is the one that comes to mind. But think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession.
क्या मैं ले लूँगी, but अभी वो मेरी priority पे नहीं है. Priority पे 48 doable. To be honest. हाँ मतलब सही है मतलब गुड हाफ तो नहीं कहूँगी मतलब सही है एंड में जाइए वैसे तो वो भी तब जब मैंने बोला मैं बीबीएल के सपोर्ट में हूँ और बीबीएल हारने लग गई नौसियत ही है कमबैक हो सकता है गाइस मतलब काम की चीज़ें नहीं फालतू चीज़ें लेनी है काम की चीज़ें नहीं अच्छा ले लूँगी यार डबल मॉनिटर ले लूँगी बट रखूँगी कहाँ स्क्रीन की जगह ही नहीं है मेरे टेबल पे वैसे स्पेशली ली मैंने इसलिए दी कि
On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult.
आ सके but टेबल ही छोटा लग रहा है मुझे.
You're going to have the same opportunity.
But guys, still मैं BBL के सपोर्ट में ही रहूँगी. And BBL is doing so good. Rose priority is फालतू का कीबोर्ड नहीं ले रही हूँ ऑला ले रही हूँ guys ऑला ले रही हूँ कीबोर्ड.
Have a focus on where you choose.
Guys, जब भी स्ट्रीम बनाए हो guys स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो बेल आइकन को प्रेस कर दो.
Put the pressure on. They're going to try and take that space away from you, get up in your face, and I think it's going to be important that they do get a pistol, but also shut that down early. Make them doubt whether they can push middle or try and play for main or have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that, then maybe there's a way back into the match. But even at 8-4, even with those, 4 of the last 5 or 6 rounds going their way, it is still a hefty deficit.
वही टेबल ले लो ना.
I still don't see a way.
अच्छा, मेरा जो रूम है ना, वो मैं अपनी सिस्टर के साथ शेयर करती हूँ. And we have double beds, okay? और यहीं सामने वॉशरूम जाने की जगह है. और अगर मैंने इससे थोड़ा सा भी बड़ा बेड लिया, मतलब बेड क्या बोलते, टेबल लिया ना, तो लाइक कोई गुजर नहीं पाएगा, समझ रहे? इधर से कोई क्रॉसिंग नहीं हो पाएगी. सिली पवन, हाय, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. यू लुक लाइक अंकित पंड. आर यू हिज सिस्टर? अंकित पंड कौन है? अंकित पंड. अगर कुछ फजूल हुआ
Like in the position of 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝, maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door.
गाइस कहाँ से? क्या हो गया? कहाँ से?
Somebody is going to be around this angle.
Hell ना. नहीं यार, मैं मतलब उसके जैसे तो नहीं दिखती. He's such a good person. Good looking है, but मैं उसके जैसी नहीं हूँ. कहाँ से होगा ये सब? कहाँ से होगा? मतलब होंगे यार, मतलब अगर तुम लोग कह रहे हो तो होंगे यार. By the way, welcome to the stream, Pawan. I hope you enjoy this stream. Even though I'm not enjoying. और क्या हो गया? जीत गए क्या? कौन जीता? BBL जीते हैं, मतलब सपोर्ट में इसके थे. दुख हो रहा है अंदर ही अंदर गाइस, मेरे अंदर ही अंदर की तुम लोग आवाज़ें सुनते हो तो दुख हो रहा है मुझे अंदर. EDG हार रही है.
But that play from the Rock to sit for that long, if he
literally the second he turns.
If he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No.
Like, that was pixel perfect.
No, you'd go.
Does 𝐁𝐿 have to do everything? Don't. Maybe. Maybe guys, maybe. कुछ खुद ही कर ले, मतलब उसको ना सारा गेम ना अपने हाथ में लेना पड़ेगा. मतलब इसकी टीम ना आज जागी भी नहीं है. रात में पार्टी की होगी ना इन लोगों ने खूब, मुझे लग रहा है.
Because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first.
Hi, Afaq. Is this immortal player? Is this? No, yaar. By the way, welcome to the stream, Afaq. कैसे हो? Long time. कल ही मेरे कल ही बात की थी हमारी रात में.
They still have that outlaw though. Dangerous for so many of these players.
That's my BBL के support में fuck. बुरा लग रहा है मुझे EDG के लिए.
Fortunately, 𝐁𝐿 will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, but now it's gone out of the round, and everything else is literally just down to 𝐁𝐮𝐢.
मुझे लग रहा है गाइस सेम ही स्कोर जाएगा. सेम शिट जो इन्होंने लोटस पे स्कोर किया है ना, सेम ही जाएगा. लॉन्ग टाइम नो सी.
They're making sure that this bonus is going to be a deadly one.
Double digits for BBL so early on.
Guys, मैं दुआ करूँ इनके भी डबल डिजिट करा दो guys.
And I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL has increased. I think they prepared extremely well for this game. Looking at the first map in particular, like that was
the cipher change worked wonders.
Like genuinely, you'll never see a counter work that well. Like,
आप होती तो easy था ना इनके लिए. बस यार मतलब ये ना टीम में लेवल की नहीं है, मतलब समझ रहे हो? मैं कहाँ टीम कहाँ, मतलब समझ रहे हो मतलब क्या बोल रहे हो यार. इतनी लकी नहीं हुई है अभी ये टीम कि मैं उनकी टीम में जाऊँ एक्चुअली ना. गाइस मजाक कर रही हूँ. 20 के लोग 20 वॉचिंग आ रही है. इन लोग मुझे पकड़ के मारेंगे, बोलेंगे क्या बोल रही है ये, क्या बोल रही है, तमीज़ नहीं है. कुछ भी बोल रही है डिल्यूजनल.
Shaky, but it gets there in the end. Signed and 𝐁𝐮𝐢 surrounded, outnumbered.
𝐁𝐮𝐢.
Late play from 𝐁𝐮𝐢 comes in. He's got no one to back up with, and 4 opponents to take down.
Number 1 ranked team from
Any positive?
China losing to India 6th. Wow, China is the worst region. Guys, ऐसे नहीं बोलता. नहीं ऐसे नहीं बोलते भाई. मतलब यूँ तो पाकिस्तान की टीम भी क्रिकेट में इतना अच्छा नहीं खेलती है भाई. कभी कभी दिन नहीं होता यार, मतलब वो आपकी प्रैक्टिस पे भी डिपेंड करता है. अब EDG बहुत अच्छी टीम है ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग, और उन्होंने काफ़ी मैचेस जीते भी, ऐसा नहीं है मतलब. बट होता है ना कि अगर कोई अंडरडॉग्स पे आके ना आपको मार जाते तो वो लोग ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलते हैं. और कभी कभी आपका दिन भी नहीं होता है खेलने वाला, तो इट्स ओके यार, ऐसे नहीं बोलते किसी टीम को। बी हम्बल गाइस, बी हम्बल।
It seems like the plan is most certainly to try and save the gun, of course, for BBL. This is a wonderful
stream बंद कर
opportunity
देगा।
just to try and upgrade everything as they go. Go from what was good rifles to the best they
सर
have
फट
to
रहा है।
offer. Every single one of them with that upgrade. Well, they are going to go walking towards 𝐁𝐮𝐢. I don't know if he ended
ये तो
up
छोटे छोटे
surviving that
बच्चे हैं
round,
इस
but I
टीम
hope
में।
for his sake he did.
बच्चे बड़े होंगे क्या?
What are we going to do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know. I think for EDG,
उसको ना नींद आ रही है उस बंदे को। बच्चा बोल रही थी मैं, मुझसे बड़ा हुआ क्या पता।
BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from range. For BBL, 2 rounds is all they need
Fired
to close this
Pakistan
out. 2-0
cricket
lights out series
team
up against
catches
EDG.
stray.
For the attackers, well,
मतलब मैं नॉर्मली एक एग्जांपल दे रही थी गाइस, मतलब नो हेट टुवर्ड्स देम, मतलब मैं तो स्टिल उनको भी सपोर्ट करूंगी क्योंकि मैं कंट्री से हूँ। मैं ऐसी नहीं हूँ जिस थाली में खाऊँ उसी में खेलती हूँ, बट ये है कि जब गलत खेलती है तो आप बोलते ही हो, बट आप ये नहीं बोल सकते है क्या ही है, मतलब टीम ही नहीं अच्छी, ब्ला ब्ला शिट। You know NRG is 18. हेलो रियली? इसमें से कौन है लड़का? ये मुझे लग रहा है ये सेकंड वाला।
I'm going down, but someone's coming with me. I'm surprised he got away with as much, but it is literally just the surprise factor. Okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter that much. And it's safe to say they weren't looking anywhere else. 12 to 4.
I think our analyst asks had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly. And I don't blame him.
No.
Especially not on this map. And if it was, I thought it'd be EDG dominantly winning a great start for 𝐁𝐮𝐢.
मैं नहीं देखती तो ऐसे खेल लेते हैं।
They've taken out Loiter as well.
देखो ही नहीं क्या गाइस?
Wall has also blocked
ये
them
नहीं
from spotting the push
ये नहीं बोलता ना?
Further forward than expected, and definitely so. 𝐁𝐻 dealt with the operator now. Might even be worth
मरेगा।
through into the next round. They do have plenty of credits.
साउंड दे दिया ना उसने ड्रॉप का।
Doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other side. Larocque, however,
दोनों ना मार
may
दे।
still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's creating a little bit for himself, but Larocque has gone on the other side instead. And now it's just if he could hold the gun, and he won't be able to. Great work from EDG.
Guys,
A hit into an A hit into an A
देखना ही
hit
बंद
into an
कर
A hit.
देती हूँ।
Finally, they made one of them work.
And I think realizing that BBL, if they are holding mid, it's from much deeper. That those rotations aren't necessarily the reason that 𝐁𝐮𝐢's finding the free space in the late round, so he goes a little bit earlier, and this time it works wonders. Obviously, alongside the reckoning, which is information out of those players on site, especially when it gets dove onto with the drone. It's a good read. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 was late to the party a couple rounds in a row, so this time they send him early. And a round on the board as a result.
यार तुमने मुझे बताया नहीं लड़का कौन सा है इसमें से, मैं खुद देख लूँगी।
We'll remember for a long time to come. 7 in a row needed.
Lurk is the third from the camera. Okay, let's see.
Rounds across both maps so far. Aggression from 𝐁𝐿 shuts down the quick rotation.
अच्छा यही ना, इसी की तो बात कर रही थी। Yes. He's cute though.
All the while, and now he strikes from the sidelines, leaving 𝐁𝐿 alone.
GG's. Yes, Porta.
BBL push through the playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the organization do the same thing last year.
Damn.
Of this squad coming into.
But guys, अब ना मैंने सोच लिया, मैं जिसको सपोर्ट नहीं कर रही हूँगी ना, मैं वो बोलूँगी स्ट्रीम पे कि हाँ मैं इसको सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ, अंदर ही अंदर ना मतलब दुआ मांगूँगी कि जिसको सपोर्ट करें वो जीतता है। देखना।
From start to finish, a 12-0.
लोइटा कौन था? है लोइटा कौन था? लोइटा तो नहीं था, लोइटा था, हाँ था ना।
Throughout the entirety of it, and I'm sure for EDG it is the second time at EWC that they will go out.
बोल रहे भाई इधर देख मेरे साइड में हाथ मिला ले।
Team that I'm sure.
GG, I'm gonna kill myself now. No, don't do this. It's okay यार, हम सेम ही है, मतलब सेम शेड, मतलब मुझे भी बुरा लग रहा है, मतलब okay. उन्होंने अच्छा खेला, honestly speaking, उनका रीटेक कितना अच्छा था लोटस पे। Like EDG नहीं कर पा रही थी, मतलब like अगर वो लोग साइड में प्लान करने दे रहे थे, मतलब आप देखो ना, वो लोग खुद करने दे रहे थे, दे आर लाइक वी आर ओके भाई, हमारा रीटेक बेस्ट है। That's wild, भाई।
Not even Theseus could tell the difference, and now a 2-0. That's going to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of confidence.
But,
I'm not sure that
अभी ये लोग
anybody
losing
would like to
bracket
be
में
coming
होंगे
up
ना?
against them, and they join the lone
मुझे bracket
100
देखने पड़ेंगे।
thieves alongside 4
मैं इतना बिजी थी
EMEA
एक्चुअली,
teams.
थोड़ा सा लाइक
And you know what?
मेरे
I know
थोड़े
we
से
always throw
इश्यूज आ रहे
Steve
थे
off. I'm
स्ट्रीम
excited
करने
what
पे
this
भी,
man
तो
has to say. The EMEA
मैं थोड़ा सा
trade
बिजी थी, तो फिर
How
मैंने
you
इतना
doing,
देखा नहीं था।
We'll hear from Big Time in just a little bit to talk about EMEA supremacy.
EMEA
Pacific
नहीं करते हैं।
not looking so great. The East not looking so great right now, as it is a dominant performance here. A 2-0 map victory, series victory in the decider match here.
म्यूट कर लूँ, मैं थोड़ा सा ना दुख में हूँ मैं, मतलब क्या बोला बंदा, क्या बोल सकता है, मतलब अभी एनर्जी कैसी का मैच है ना, कितने बजे? मैच देखना पड़ेगा मुझे, कितने बज रहे? Well, I wanted to watch party someone from my country, so thanks to stream the MIBR match. Bye guys. Welcome back. I hope आपको अच्छा लगा watch party देख के. Bye. एक सेकेंड स्केड्यूल हिसाब से मैं BR भी लगाऊं, लगने में आज कौन सी है डेट? आज कौन सी डेट है? 6 जुलाई। Anyways guys, BRB, hi. So welcome to the stream. Central Jet Korea. Thank you so much for joining. And I hope आपको मज़ा आया मेरी stream में. And ये NRG वाला शायद stream करूँ, शायद नहीं. Let's see. Depend कर. क्या था? स्टार्ट होने वाला है 45 पे है ना, ठीक है। Let's see. बालों को क्या हेलो गाइस हेलो एक सेकेंड इसकी आवाज़ तो
NRG, they've had a unique road to get here by having to face both Paper Rex and then Vitality, defeating Paper Rex
Guys,
and falling just short to
तुमको क्या
Vitality,
लगता
which
है
is why they're
कौन
here
जीतेगा?
up against KC. And again,
NRG या
you
KC?
win, you move on to the playoffs, you lose, you are done from EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be, but they are scrapping it out here in the decider. On the flip side for 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝, what a story. I think this is a team that people doubted heavily coming into this event, but they get that win against Paper Rex to find themselves here in that decider with momentum. This was the group of death, and my goodness, has it delivered.
And the group of death is always difficult to predict. Either you go completely out of the box and say, hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the usual suspects. The thing is, looking at the rest of the globals that we've had lately, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and Paper Rex were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But what we got in the end was a Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. And now it's left to the North American squad and 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 to decide who gets that last shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG because of expectations. We have been saying KC should, and I think do, wanted more.
Oh, yeah.
But, so can they actually overcome what it is winning against the world champion?
Yeah, let's dive into that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 roster, who have been led by different players at different times, whether it was Aves on the IGLing, it was Narrate in the last couple of matches. It's been very fun to watch multiple players step up at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a roster that has had turbulence. This is an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does feel like something has finally managed to click here at EWC, especially in that last game. I was in
Guys, hello.
screen. DOS9 there. I feel like that map 3 performance from him was absolutely crucial to getting them in this decider match, but I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we can see everybody have a ton of potential to take over games here.
The past years for KC, we can say even all of partnership at that 2024 kickoff has not been easy to follow.
मुझे टाइटल चेंज करना अब अगर मैं उस स्क्रीन पे गई तो तुम लोगों को भी शो होगा एक सेकंड में आई वापसी
them both in its same positions, and I thought we could actually win this round, and then they got kill after kill after kill, then it's 1v1 and my heartbeat is like 180 and I cannot do anything about it. He won it and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big round, so they're gonna give us a lot of momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think 𝐁𝐮 worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he walked into this like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove
इंग्लिश चल रही है मैं पढ़ने कुछ नहीं पढ़ रही है
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th during split 1. but then finding their way to EWC has been a boon for the squad. Fourth youngest here at EWC, going up against the second oldest squad on the opposite side. NA has the unks, man. G2 is the oldest, NRG second oldest. They've got the experience and are trying to continue on that form from last year into this year's international.
I mean, that's exactly it. With age comes experience. Four of these players were the ones lifting that Champions Trophy. So this is a squad that has that potential to go all the way, that we would expect deep runs from internationally, given the caliber of player. But they have found themselves here in the decider once again. Masters London didn't go their way either. Getting grouped, EWC is a fantastic chance to recover on that year and really show the true potential of this squad.
If you're new to Valorant, you may not know this, but it is almost impossible for any team to stay on top. I believe it's only been Fnatic in 2023, sorry, that managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So it is already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be, you know, the ones that are writing that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with NRG. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than proving what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking about reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So speaking about 𝐁𝐶 and the preparation for this one, as we take a look at the map veto,
okay.
A lot of showings to go off from.
So NRG banning Sunset. We saw Common Core pick this in the Paper X game, but they did lose it. And then you look at Fracture is the pick from Common Core, which is where they got that upset surprise win from there. So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking at this veto.
If 𝐁𝐶 lose, I am putting it on you.
I like it for Common Core. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are so far ahead when it comes to that harbor play.
I want to know how intentional this map veto was, because my surprise was when they were not picking the Haven, right? For the side of 𝐁𝐶. But if you're NRG, you expect, of course, that 𝐁𝐶 is going to pick it. So if 𝐁𝐶 wants to have a guarantee on playing the Fracture, we pick it, and we know that they will leave the Haven open, because that was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prepped for that. And we're going to jump straight into Breeze for the first game.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG's pick. We expect them to be very, very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the harbor always looks weird when I see it. It just does strike me, but I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for 𝐁𝐶, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Right onto that Jet. 11 on that Neon, where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a breeze for 𝐁𝐶 for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of harbor, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends in those executes. Let's see if here can be the same.
1 series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd. Who will rise to the occasion? Will it be the reigning world champs, or will it be the hometown favorites? NRG and 𝐁𝐶, map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's 𝐤𝐤𝐿 and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, T-Gon. Here we go again. Another decider, another elimination series.
Let's see.
NRG wanting to push deeper here at EWC, denied Carmine Corp that opportunity to be able to play in front of the home crowd on the big stage. 𝐁𝐶 have shown that they are willing to fight.
Guys, मैंने NRG के नाम वैसे सुने थे, आपस की बात है, but इनमें से तो कोई मैच नहीं कर रहा है. स्कूबा कर रहा है, स्कूबा मैच कर रहा है. And Brock मैंने सुना हुआ है.
Take down 2 of the best we have in the world.
Breeze यार, Breeze क्यों लग रहा है सबको? Breeze बहुत पसंद है क्या?
You've got a shot at the reigning world champs. Do it here in Paris on home soil would be absolutely incredible. They've got NRG is so resilient, so tough. They're a team that we've seen it time and time again. 𝐤𝐿, when they go to the lower bracket, that's when they get stronger.
Well, Breeze to start it off, Fracture for that second map, and potentially all the way over to Haven.
बस हो गया इनके पास.
And a very fast opening series, so we'd love to see this one get stretched to the limits. As barriers will not drop.
डबल इनिशिएटर है और डबल स्मोक है इनकी टीम में एनर्जी में.
Feel a little bit odd, but of course you do have 𝐤𝐸 looking to lead the charge with that jet.
एनर्जी में डबल स्मोकर डबल इनिशिएटर है और उसमें डबल ड्यूलिस्ट डबल स्मोकर एंड वन इनिशिएटर. लेट्स सी क्या होता है.
We want to give that a glimpse.
सेंटिनल नहीं है और
Whether or
वैसे
not they
सही
were
है
going to
इसमें.
be.
And against Paper Rex, 𝐤𝐸 was a real deciding factor for NRG on this.
ठीक है
He was their top
यार
fragger.
पर मुझे
He was doing a lot of good work. First blood
एनर्जी की पिक ज़्यादा अच्छी लगे.
Recon does not scan 𝐤𝐸 in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun barrel is going to be on the catch. 2 headshots.
यार यहाँ तो मैं भी होती तो मैं भी मार ही लेती हूँ ऐसे.
Only immense impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position. 𝐷OS9 thinking about challenging it now.
𝐷OS9 was electric. That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. 𝐤𝐸 hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon, decides not to go for the snake bite. It's going to be Mata getting a piece of the action. 𝐤𝐸 will get taken down. Meanwhile, 𝐤𝐸 trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill. That is now Avaz. 40 HP. Can't use any util. Can't find the shot.
नाइस राउंड यार मतलब.
Come away with that
गाइस
elimination.
मैं इसमें ना
Only
इससे बायस हूँ. मैं एनर्जी को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ इसमें. एंड एनर्जी अच्छा भी खेलती है जहाँ तक मैंने सुना है और जहाँ तक मैंने देखा भी है.
At times he can
एंड
kind of trail behind the rest of the team.
वह बहुत अच्छा खेलता है. ये इसलिए नहीं कि इसने पिक्स निकाली और नहीं मैंने उसके मैचेस देखे हैं. प्ले देखा है अच्छा. मुझसे ये नहीं पूछ लेना क्या मेन एजेंट है क्या खेलता है ब्ला ब्ला. मुझसे नहीं पूछ लेना क्योंकि मुझे इतना नहीं पता.
𝐤𝐸, a really nice start, gives NRG their first pistol.
गाइस मैंने बॉट नहीं बिठाया तो मैं बात कर.
It's just an ego 3-2 split. Well, he's trying to toy with the map here a little bit. They've thrown the harbor smoke to get the orb at least on one side. Funnel that over into Avaz. Try to get that Hunter's Fury a little bit. 𝐤𝐸, once again.
Guys, welcome to that stream. Yes, sir.
And jump peek going to be going out. Snake bite. Try to slow down the approach. Flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position. Ethan, though, turning away from the angles. To try to scale
I'm watching. Okay, I trust you, Ash. Thank you for watching my stream, Ash.
Kill a piece of 3 players on NRG.
Guys, NRG अच्छा खेलती है. यानी मैं बनाती हूँ. लाइक वो टीम ही अच्छा नहीं खेल रही.
Be struggling to really find any significant value here, given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players. Couple taps.
EDG अच्छा नहीं खेल रही.
Avaz knowing that he kind of has to.
मैं भूल जाती हूँ ना. मैं भूल जाती हूँ actually.
Remaining kills and NRG getting flawless 2-0.
You gotta be feeling really good if you're an NRG fan with how that round went. Not just because it's flawless, but because
guys NRG बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
𝐤𝐸 doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't try to go for the big, 3K. Sees a lot of players coming his way. Instead, he knows he's got Ethan coming over to set up a flash to stall out any attempt at a quick hit by 𝐤𝐸C. Get the crossfire set up, wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and then deal with their opponents easily. That was very, very nicely handled. Love the protocols. Over towards the other side of the map. Ethan does throw out an early 9 confirmation. Doesn't get anything with a pretty deep one, so it's going to leave the heavy stack for NRG over towards B. Now, 𝐤𝐸 did see that, so he is aware that they don't have any info on that A main position, but for now, KC just...
ये भी इन लोगों ने ही provide किया actually.
That was...
कैसे हो?
Thrown over the top.
ये सब इन्होंने thumbnail actually like इन्होंने thumbnail का background provide किया था. ये provide किया है and
Gonna be playing forward.
Insta पे जो post आ रही है वो सब
Relay bolt will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to come away with that elimination. 𝐤𝐸 with a marshal in hand.
Nose strips होती हैं, उससे आराम से breathe कर सकते हैं कुछ लोग by bird सिर्फ एक बार.
Smattering of damage onto Ethan. Meanwhile, those 𝐤𝐸 continuing to backpedal deeper onto the B site. Catches 11. NRG now back into
यार वो होता है उसके लिए एक specific word होता है English में मुझे सोचते हैं तो वो word.
2 kills found now, just Brock and 𝐤𝐸 making their way over from B.
यार वो
couple players.
मैं भूल गई हूँ.
Very low on HP.
कुछ और बोल दिया तो मेरा मजाक उड़ जाएगा तो फिर मैं भूल.
𝐤𝐸 still at full with that Vandal in hand.
Doesn't even have to be headshots on anybody except 𝐤𝐸. Guardians.
2v3
Do some
निकाल लेंगे,
damage.
मुझे लगता है एनर्जी निकाल लेगी.
Brock finding the first, not quite ready for the crouch peek from Narrate. Scuba now on the swing. Will be caught off guard. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 playing.
कोई नहीं, ठीक है, एंटी एनर्जी फिर भी जीत जाएगी मुझे पता है.
Not converted as KC are able to play anti.
Yeah, I mean, still, this is
Yeah,
really good ideas from the side of NRG. KC able to fight back, but I think KC walked into a few traps that could have really gone NRG's way instead, you know, with that second layer in the double doors with Mata. He had a shot just over the head of his opponent there, Avez, so he couldn't get the kill. Had he been a little bit steadier with the aim, I think this very well could have been NRG's round. So I wouldn't mind seeing KC turn up the tempo a little bit. You got that Neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to take some space. Push forward. Get past that pyramid, for example, on the A site. You know, it is tough going up against the KO because you got to be a little bit careful with the timing of those knives. Like, you can just throw them right at the wall, right outside of A main. And hits sometimes. But you got to at least put some fear into NRG there.
Yes, game में मैं बहुत lost हूँ.
Be taken care of rather quickly and get back into the game here.
Game कहाँ है? Game दिखाना मुझे, बंदे देख के क्या करूँगी?
Well, but NRG is still going to be in a strong position. It's still a lot of damage dealt in the round as well. They're able to take 3 players out of the equation, so maybe a little bit rougher. Oh, I wasn't talking about Violet, but or up and over the top. Not going to go for the dash, but it's still going to be able to find it. Gets the pop, gets the tailwind out. A thief in the night there is 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜𝐬. That is a monster shot we found.
मेरे टीममेट से क्या ऐसे खेलने लग जाए? क्या ही बात होगी?
And off to a little bit of a rocky start here, 1-4 so far.
That's frustrating for KC. I really like this idea. Use that Neon to try to create some space, create an unfavorable duel, but 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 just better in the moment.
This is one of the shortcomings of a composition like this. You don't have the flashes. You don't really have a great way to try to clear them off the angle unless you're committing the drone to that position. But then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
Will just be the snake bite layer down here by Scuba. Still going to be revealed. 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 scaling forward. Swing around that pillar. Finds 𝐁𝐻𝐿 as 𝐁𝐿𝐝 now taken down. Skirting past this wall is Narrate. Trying to get in on top of Mata. Might be able to catch him off guard.
क्या वो main से है पूरा?
Morning pings to come through, but now Ethan, considering a counter out the mid, looks like Narrate will be safe for the moment, but it's completely split off from DOS9. Has a spike in hand here on the B site. Meanwhile, deep disconnected position here for 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 with it off.
The discipline from NRG is incredible. They're just so patient. They got that confirm and they know they can just wait.
Tap of the plant, the shock dart. Not to find any damage on DOS9. Ethan slow on this approach. Does he suspect this tuck away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it. Narrate gets a very nice reset, but he's zoned away. Forced away and cannot escape. Spray comes in. 4 players alive. NRG.
अच्छा खेलते हैं guys, तो meta बोल.
I just love the way NRG thinks.
मैं English बोल ही नहीं रहा हूँ. कुछ भी हो जाए NRG बहुत ही अच्छा खेलते हैं. मैं NRG के ही support में.
Doesn't try to double down on them. Just plays it safe. Just says,
EDC वालों ने मुझे थोड़ा सा disappoint कर दिया थोड़ा सा. It's okay.
We can wait them out. We know exactly where they are. Let's play contain.
उनका जो first map था ना, Lotus, वो तो बहुत one-sided जा रहा था honestly.
That can give KC some hope into this round, or at least allow them to do more damage. This is phenomenal work from them.
अरे कहाँ का है जगह ये तो मैंने पहले कभी नहीं देखी है.
And that's kind of what you would expect from a team that's won a world championship that has been relatively good this year as well. Making it to internationals. Not getting the trophies, but still playing very, very well.
Snakebite will be disrespected the push back, but there's the ping reveal, and out into the open is Lemon, as Brock will collect them both, gets himself a third.
Guys, मेरा अपने दोस्तों को एक पैगाम है. एक सेकंड. ये ना अपने दोस्तों को एक पैगाम है. अगर वो लोग ऐसे खेलना शुरू कर देना तो हम लोग हार्ट स्टिक डायमंड्स नहीं रहेंगे. मतलब इस एक्ट हम लोग अच्छा खेलने लग जाएंगे. वो लोग अभी आई थिंक वो स्ट्रीम देख भी रहे हैं तो प्लीज कुछ सीखिए.
Gotta give him the ace.
But this is the discipline that you're talking about. They're not just running out there like lunatics. They're trying to find it.
Yeah, what team would do that? I can't think of any.
Yeah, I can't think of.
भाई मनमीपुर नहीं कर पाएगा ये.
Never would happen.
I don't think so. Fair भी नहीं यार, उसको एक गन फेंक दें. अलीरुज़ा हेलो हेलो आते ही लाइक किया है पहले अरे थैंक यू यार तो जैसे लोग होते ना आज जीत लेते
Tags coming in. Brock ever closer to this one, sends out the recon. Looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this, and it's not going to be enough.
गन डाउन करो और क्या ये
To try to secure the ace. But again, 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 does.
वो ये राइड में बहुत अच्छी लग रही है
And they could just leave him.
मुझे राइड नहीं अच्छा लग रहा था पहले इसके हाथ में अच्छी लग रही है
Let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco game. He does not have a weapon recovery. He's going to try to maybe grab this Vandal. So okay, he makes the best of it. Now they would like to kill him. They won't. So, okay, 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜.
How old are you? Hi, Rakshit. Welcome in. I'm 19 years old.
It's still another round of NRG.
Yeah, that's just a really good round from Ethan and Brock. Ethan's knife is perfectly timed.
एक वो स्ट्रीमर के फाइनल्स में जाते जाते ही बस हो जाएगी
Incredible. Because it shuts down their ability to respond
View 5 जब होगा वो तुम्हें पता है अभी मैंने सिर्फ 2 मैप देखे मतलब दो मैचेस देखे PO3 है ना ये तो लाइक पहला और दूसरा मैप जब मैंने देखा मैं दूसरे मैप में थोड़ी सी बस होने लगी थी अब इसमें तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा बस हो गई मेरी मैं कह रही हूँ बस कर दो यार ख़त्म करो ना जल्दी ख़त्म करो ना पर नहीं यार अच्छे मैचेस हैं वो पहला और जो दूसरा था ना पहला वाला तो बहुत जल्दी ख़त्म हो गया था तो उसका स्कोर था इट्स लाइक 13-4 सेकेंड वाले का मुझे याद नहीं है वो भी ऐसे ही था कुछ 13-5 था ये स्टडिंग मैं अभी एडमिशन लूँगी एक्चुअली अभी मैंने ब्रेक लिया हुआ है 1 साल का ख़त्म हो गया ऑलमोस्ट लाइक अभी मैं लॉ पढ़ूँगी एडमिशन लूँगी
served up on a platter, and they still disguise Mata's position.
What a read.
He had to cancel it.
ऐसा अंधेरा हो जाएगा तो नहीं तो लाइटिंग ही बैठ रहा है बहुत खराब
Would be able to see this jet. Instead, it's going to be 𝐷OS9.
भाई कहाँ देख रहा है
Into the trap and narrate does manage to turn back, find that kill. Trying to backpedal away. 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 trying to go for the quick scope. An awkward duel here between the jets.
But you're not him, Casey. You're not him. क्या नाम है इसका नरेट क्या लायर क्या लायर क्या लायर क्या लायर कोई लायर नहीं है हेलो
But Ethan tucked away. The up and over attempt. The swing out and Levin ready for that.
स्कूबा कैमरा मत देखो मॉनिटर देखो अब देख रही हूँ कैमरा और अब देख रही हूँ मॉनिटर यार तुम लोगों ने बातों में लगा लिया ना मैंने दुआएं मांग रही थी ना उसके लिए
Okay, I mean this is a good recovery for KC from what like
KC and
another disaster of a round for them. They're able to continue that push up elbow.
I mean narrate क्या बोलना damn I'm at NISIU इसका क्या मतलब है क्या होता है ये एक्चुअली मुझे इतना नहीं पता है तो I'm just asking
they coordinate that hit onto mid they want to collapse and clear that space
देखो तुम्हारे ना तुम्हें फर्क होती है तुम्हारे बेचारी हार गई है NRG राउंड
in time just a little bit late
इस जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नए हो गाइस स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना कर दो प्रेस कर दो बंद कर दो jealous भाई अभी मैं बोलने वाली थी ये कीको कुछ करेगा मैं तो कुछ बोलूँगी नहीं गाइस बातों में लगोगी तो नींद उड़ जाएगी वैसे बात तो ठीक है
Not the most cozy to try to go for this is Brock trying to scale, and what a shot is that! Immediately destroys him. The drone out. Quickly cancelled. Was worried about this potential ring around the rosy, scooping out the great.
Uh-oh.
Huh? Near sight, Brock wins that fight. Spike now straight, and 𝐷OS9 has his work cut out for him, given that he still has this operator in hand. Scuba not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and 𝐷OS9.
Guys, जिसने अंधे में मार दिया मैं सबसे ज़्यादा हटती है. आप ब्लाइंड करो किसी को आपको फिर भी मार दो मतलब कैसे मार दे भाई कैसे इतना कैसे लग चल सकता है किसी का?
Just filthy stuff from Brock again.
दिल ही उठ जाता है मेरा बट एनर्जी थी तो उसको सब चलता है मतलब मैं उनके फेवर में हूँ. काफी है यार. अच्छा
out
खेला
of it, just didn't get any value. So you're thinking, okay, this could be the door open for KC. Start doing some damage, but then Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good entry points coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn. Nice punch back from KC. I like the idea. Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in Levin's hands. He's got the overdrive. You have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mata's already set Levin down.
Yeah, no chance for that overdrive to come into effect here.
Hi.
Swing the corner, Narrate with a clean shot. Ethan again going to be taken down as Hunter's Fury's going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not. So gets to Narrate.
ये देखो इसको
Being taken down. Pico will find DOS9, so now that late lurk.
Crazy भाई, crazy खेल रहे
Out of their hands. Chavez has to do it all himself.
Eyes in the back of his head.
क्या लगता है निकालने का ये?
Phenomenal awareness from Pico.
नहीं मैं तो उम्मीद छोड़ दी थी वो वहीं पे खड़े होके चढ़ रहा ऊपर.
No hope of the clutch to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
Yeah, just when you can hit sheriff shots, you know, it's a big difference maker.
Yes, he भी one-sided होने वाला
Tries
था.
to be the guy.
नहीं वैसे तो नहीं हो रहा.
Good for them this event. I have been so impressed with his play, and he's had a couple nice moments here, but it's just that teamwork, that coordination. Even though this doesn't go NRG's way initially, last couple of players.
Guys, कैसे comeback कर सकते हैं, but मैं नहीं चाहूँगी comeback करे या कुछ भी करे, हल्का सा भी कुछ नहीं करना. कैसे next match में करना.
They look so well.
भी NRG को जीतना है.
What negative space they're giving up. They understand where they need to be when they need to be there. That's a pit out towards mid doors. See that too often. Chavez wants to go searching for it, but I don't think he's going to get quite there. Yeah, it's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper. Ethan able to get a little bit of damage.
And Scuba got a kill.
That he does.
Scuba.
Dead, yeah, he just counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out and saw it on the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
Kiko.
Already KC very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugetsu's able to find anything over here, but with a double stack, it just seems so unlikely. Toxic screen falling.
Good clearing up.
Corner. Mata with the position. 2 players going to be spotted off that 0 point. That's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick around here. Just tough. Wait for the rotations to come through.
इसकी favorite जगह है भाई, वो इधर ही आके बैठ जाता है जेट. या तो आगे या तो पीछे.
So far NRG's been pretty good about dealing with that.
This so credence led to that. As that fragment went through. Scuba now, however, he's got the spike. They know that they have pretty good control here as DOS9 will still be able to win out that fight, but now the no command's going to be...
इससे मेन लगाओ ना तो disappointing
looking to zone them away. In Sugetsu, it's just a bit too whiffy. The push now coming in. Kiko ready to try to shut them down. Finds the first dashes back.
भाई ये लोग कैसे ऑफ चला रहे हैं? कैसे भाई?
There's no way to work his way over onto the site to try to get that plant. The Rate will just have to opt to save this Phantom, carry that over into the next round. They end up losing this one on time.
Inshuu को खिलाओ, जेट की जगह इमॉर्टल है वो. हाँ भाई मुझे खिला दो, मैं ज़्यादा अच्छा खेल लूँगी. हाँ. नहीं बट इससे अच्छा खेलने तो सही है. फिक्स निकालने इससे. बट वो ही ना exit flags.
Yeah,
that's one way to do it.
That's true.
क्या ही कर सकते हैं?
I love it.
Surround the circle with it, let him throw off everyone who enters.
Exactly. No.
First time out call.
Yeah, first time out feels... I already thought there was one because we had that brief little tech pause, so that was not a real one.
Tech pause.
But anyway, I mean, it's so efficient from the side of NRG, and the way that they spread the map, the way that they, you know, look for contact, they have all these little trick and trap
Guys,
plays
NRG ही जीतेगी, सीधी और साफ बात है. इतना क्यों ट्राई कर रहे हैं केसी वाले, मतलब.
Hello. Anyway, but you know, just like that pit round, Ethan's peeking from up top mid, and that's just like Scuba's like, okay, great, I know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to see them get the contact, and we can maybe find a kill out of that, and they do, because they're going to have to walk through some of that Viper util. They might be decayed. They might be in a precarious position, and Absolutely, they were.
गाइस मैं कुछ तो खेलना सीख ही जाऊंगी अगर मैं ऐसे मैचेस देखती रही ना एक थोड़े और स्किल्स इंप्रूव हो जाएंगे वैसे तो स्किलफुल ही हूँ मैं वैसे भी बट इंप्रूव हो जाएंगे और भी मुझे लगा ड्रोन चल रही है
Yep. And now the walk forward in. Suffers some decay. Stun
बुराई है
shoved
भाई
off here by Scuba, who's tucked. He's waiting for that stun to expire. Screen now to fall. The pit there in his face, but he has a massive opportunity to stab them in the back. And Scuba finds a third.
कैसे करता है
The wall to fall, but Kiko
Sorry. ओ मेरे भाई क्या खेला है उसने
and he cannot. Oh, Scuba. What a brilliant play. KC.
क्या है पैसे ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोला कौन है इसके वर्ड भी होता है क्या स्किलफुल कुछ
Trick, hide behind the toxic screen. Wait for them to commit. 1, 2, and he gets the third. Ridiculous, Scuba.
Crazy.
He just
Crazy.
dives right in there. Incredible. I mean, again, but
यार वो
it's
इसी
little
का है ना
tricks and
इसी का
traps
ना
that NRG
वो वाला
has that
पता नहीं
KC
क्या है
has no
पता नहीं
response for, and it feels like NRG is a step
स्कूबा
ahead.
क्लिप
Like they
खेल
know
लूंगा
what
मैं
KC is going to do before they do
ओ
it.
इसी का है ना
That round
मुझे
right there, I guarantee they took that time out and talked about it.
Yeah.
And now that's something you got to consider as KC. So don't be surprised to see Scuba find a way to try to punish that if they go B again. Which they may well not, because there's only 2 more rounds left in the half.
He's using that same wall setup, and if nothing else, it's constantly going to have them thinking about it.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, bit of a change up as Brock maybe to try to play
Oh
in
my god.
just stay fresh against the box.
अच्छा खेलता मैंने ये बोला मैंने स्कूबा ब्रॉक का सुना है मैंने
Really scout this one out. fast lane going to be committed forward towards B. Now the push
इसका
coming
नहीं
up
है
to the nest.
अच्छा नहीं है तो किसका है वो पेपर एक्स में से किसी का है think so
Scuba's still here to try to hold the line.
या मैंने देखा उनमें से किसी ने किया है भाई
At the same time, he's able to find 𝐁𝐿𝐴 on that late lurk, trying to work his way over. No way to interrupt this plant, but 𝐁𝐿 even suffering some damage. Scuba is just finding so much. He can do nothing wrong.
भाई लाइव गेम है इसकी trust me
Until that. But look at the damage dealt. 𝐁𝐿 at 47, 𝐿𝐴 at 45. Scuba has the
गाइस 2v2 है निकाल लेंगे स्कूबा एंड में फर्क है है ओह शिट
Barrel was spotted. 𝐁𝐿 has to win this fight and has to try to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking.
Everything. I'm not even... Did he get out of there? I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
I mean, if it isn't for that early trigger pull from Mata, this is probably NRG's round. I mean, Scuba, again, love the way he's playing this. A little bit of an off angle. You know, they expect him to be tucked into that elbow position again, near that toxic screen. But he's a little bit further back on site. They don't even check him. They're just walking through. And then he can get one, spam through for a couple more. Phenomenal work by Scuba. But NRG even better to punch back, get a response. 𝐿𝐴 will have his ult. Only a Guardian to back it up. Just going to see if there's going to be an outlaw in here based on the economy for KC, but none to be found for NRG. Kiko just going to go with that Vandal. Mata with the op.
And Levin's just trying to make a hero play. He knows that this pit's been evacuated, but he's still pushing through this harbor wall to his demise. Jump spot, and okay, does get the headshot there on a Brock.
𝐁𝐿𝐴, they've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this map.
Oh, Ethan, he's hearing the footsteps. He's out a little bit wider.
ओ भाई अच्छा खेलती है एनर्जी मैं तो एमी थोड़ी ना फेवर में उनके ये लोग अच्छा खेलते हैं मतलब गोट है भाई एनर्जी
In flawless fashion, Narrate on the swing will die immediately, and it will be flawless at that. 9-3. NRG showing exactly why they elected to go to this map.
Yeah, I mean they are really good on it. They were able to get the win against Paper Rex on Breeze.
यहाँ से हम लोग इसको प्रेडिक्ट करते हैं. Let's see. मुझे लगता है 13 6 होगा या 7 होगा. 6 7 13 7 या 6 होगा और इससे ज़्यादा नहीं हो सकता.
It was on NRG to make the mistakes for KC to get round wins, not the other way around. You know, I don't necessarily think KC made mistakes per se. It's just NRG was a step ahead.
Guys, तुम लोग की क्या prediction है बताओ?
Well drilled this is. Multiple layers for NRG. The peel back as time went on from this defender side. We'll see if the attacker side is going to hold just as many.
इनको तो clip farm करने की need ही नहीं है. इनकी तो वैसे ही हो जाती है clip farming भाई.
Into this because they really need to, if they want to try to make this a fast series for themselves.
Well, and the scary thing for KC is NRG generally better on the attacker side on this map, so.
Oh, low GG's.
It's gonna get any easier, but I mean we've seen KC be very resilient. We've seen them.
उसने बोल दिया भाई NRG ज़्यादा अच्छी attack में.
They're gonna have to dig deep.
मुझे लगता है ये score भी मैंने ज़्यादा बोल दिया फिर.
That man right there, Scuba, put on an absolute highlight reel over on B site. Was just such a great anchor, so difficult to deal with, and I love the way that he would use his conditioning from success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions in areas where they don't expect him to be over there. They started all from the pistol. He did it right out the get-go, hiding from that first recon dart.
Guys, ये overlay था मेरा कैमरा का और मैंने बंद किया हुआ था.
Great supporting cast on NRG.
गलती से हो गया था.
Scuba and Brock just.
Yes, my hair is hearing today, by the way.
Depending on the round, but like you said,
कभी ना हो क्या
on
ही
the
है.
attacker side.
नहीं करेंगे तो क्या ही बात होगी.
See if that is going to continue. KC need one hell of a defense if they want to try to run this back. Granted, after we saw yesterday, anything's possible.
True.
The 2-12 recovery from 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝.
Don't sit.
Couldn't close the series though, so.
No, but it's one of those things that will be in everybody's minds the rest of the event. You know, like everybody's gonna be like, well, you know, 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 did it. Oh no.
Scuba. तो वो किसकी हुई है फ्रेंसी? अगर तुम उस स्ट्रीम पे मुझे बताओ ना. अभी भी मैं बस वही वो स्कूबा वही वाला चल रहा है मेरे से.
But they're still very suspicious of this.
Now they're gonna try to sell fake over here.
Sugetsu's position now going to be known. Scuba striking, they're still able to find that back.
Hello?
The quick swing, the instant headshot, DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward.
दो लोग लो हैं इनकी टीम में मैं तो स्कूबा. चलो 3 हो गए. खाली ज़माने में.
Scuba tagged up previously. The shock dart would kill, but he's unable to find it. Meanwhile, 𝐤𝐸, massive backstab.
𝐤𝐸
slowly going to be creeping his way back through the defender's spawn. The rest of NRG, as tagged as they are, can try to hold this line. 𝐤𝐸 could very much benefit for it. There's Ethan trying to reposition, but
कई लाइव शॉट्स हैं भाई मैं नहीं मानती ऐसे.
Right with one, but 𝐤𝐸 now arriving on the bridge. There's the one, there's the two. The drop down.
Hello?
Gets himself in behind Orange. And right now, needing to try to check for this, and this delays them from getting onto the spike.
Still a snake bite.
Crazy.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little moment.
Whoa.
But he's fallen. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 would have to do it all. He just doesn't have the time.
Let's go.
Go out, find that kill, and NRG will get the pistol all the same.
There's just so many layers to what they're doing in this pistol round.
Let's go.
You could absolutely spend
अच्छी टीम को मैं सपोर्ट करती हूँ.
serious amount of time breaking this one down because there's so much going on here from the initial push by Scuba by himself behind the
बट कीको ने क्या राउंड निकाला. अगर वो वाकई ना फ्लैंक नहीं करता है इधर से नहीं मारता ना मैं जैसा बंदा ना लिटरली पीछे का कोई बंदा नहीं देख रहा मैं विफ कर दूंगी उस बंदे पे बहुत गंदा वाला. और उससे क्या पिक निकाली है.
They've seen you guys good. I'm gonna go, and he gets the kill. They're not paying attention when they're thinking, "Oh shoot, we gotta get over to B." And they're able to layer in 𝐤𝐸 behind all that. It was so good.
Well, Marshall brought into this one. Sugetsu with the bandit, going to be overwhelmed.
ऐसे खेलते हैं guys. मेरे दोस्त तो ऐसे खेलते हैं.
Only one shot to the shoulder. So Brock still.
या तो एक किसी को बॉडी ब्लॉक कराता है कोई किसी के साथ नहीं होता मर जाते हैं हार जाते हैं. इस मैच में तो मेरा विन रेशियो ही 0 होगा.
KC try to push forward, try to get information, try to make a hero.
हेलो ऐसे खेलते हैं यार ऐसे खेलते हैं. मैं बहुत इम्प्रेस हूँ यार एनर्जी से.
Not effectively, so they have to just do it with their own 2 eyes.
Yeah, this is
मैंने देखा कोई भी डॉट पे नहीं खेल रहा है.
Always have to be cautious against these ecos. Too many teams, I think, make the mistake of not being cautious against them. Gonna get the spot.
Now just considering to try to run him down. Shock Dart's even going to start coming into the equation here as he's scaling forward. He's trying to get those right clicks in, but it's going to be Brock. A little bit of damage, a little bit of fun on the back end.
यहाँ तो मुझे आधा टाइम ये ढूंढने में लग जाए नाइफ कौन सी है, पिस्टल कौन सी है, पिस्टल निकालनी की है तो नाइफ निकल जाएगी मेरी, तो सच बता रही हूँ मैं.
Rest of the team pushing their way forward onto the B site, so all sites from KC now naturally have to be coming in this direction.
Crazy. Rock को देखो ऐसे भगवत क्या आ रहा है भाई, ये crazy खेल रहे हैं यार मतलब.
Trying to find a backstab opportunity. Making plenty of noise and narrate not quite registering it there. Brock is just getting away with murder again.
क्या खेल रहे हैं यार के लोग?
Yeah, there should be nothing left to do. I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries to do some damage, tags up Mata.
एक बॉल बैंग मार दे, मजे आ जाएगा, हैकर बोल देंगे ये लोग.
Nothing.
Close but no cigar. I mean, Scuba's surviving with 2, Brock with 28. Levin will be able to find the finisher onto the Sova. Wants to try to find anything else that he could possibly get, but it will just be a bullet from 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜.
Guys, मैं ना NRG से बहुत इम्प्रेस हूँ आज, क्योंकि जो EDG ने किया है मेरे साथ, मेरी एक्सपेक्टेशंस पे पानी फेर दिया उन लोगों ने, तो मैं NRG से बहुत इम्प्रेस हूँ. खेल रही है वो.
Just couldn't muster up much of a fight earlier against BBL, and here, so far it's been all NRG all day. And I'm pretty concerned. I mean, going back to the previous bonus they had.
अब शायद मैं थोड़े से पिकअप्स कर सकूं गेम्स में, वाल में.
Could be facing some pretty hefty firepower regardless. How many of those players? 2, 1 tap to 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜's Outlaw. Still Mata with that Bulldog. Couple Guardians in there.
Mata.
Give him the Vandal. He's been damn good with it. Drone out. Ooh.
Trying to find that
अच्छा तो वे भाई गंदी वाली.
Would have left 𝐷OS9 absolutely wrecked. Still alive and kicking as narrate, considering the check-in towards door, but nothing to be seen there. Meanwhile, Levin taking some space in mid.
Deploying drone.
Really going to be seeing
घर पे तो एक खेलने जो इसके होगा.
𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 sticking around, but yeah, will get pushed back, and Levin on the counter swing is able to find him.
KC.
That was kind of the plan here for NRG.
क्या नाम है?
𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 on his own devices to see if they can get a little bit extra space over towards B.
Wall will be falling.
Oh my God.
He's able to find that kill and drops back over to safety. Meanwhile, the pinch in from mid, still going to be coming through from narrate.
भाई चल क्या रहा है? चल क्या रहा है? देखने तो कितने हैं. 2v3 है guys.
And his position known, but Brock
2v2 है.
up over the top of the wall, still going to be able to find that
Brock
elimination.
is on fire भाई.
𝐷OS9, however, counter spraying.
कुछ भी बोल दो भाई मैं.
Tracers does manage to find the headshot. The jump up, and Scuba not quite going to be fast enough on that. 2 players survive. KC once again take a bonus conversion.
Yeah, but still again pretty good damage being done.
Guys, this is stream
by
like
NRG. 3 guns dropped
and
there.
press कर दो.
And a little bit of armor damage to one of the other players. 𝐁𝐿
बाहर जा रही हो?
reaction from him. Brock's gonna have a Hunter's Fury already here. Looks like he's gonna only go for this sheriff. Oh, what's he doing? Where's the money going, Brock?
A Marshall.
A Marshall. Couldn't clear the knife, so Levin gonna be able to initially thwart any attempts at pushing further in towards A main, but a lot of mid control here being established by KC like this. Makes it a lot more difficult for NRG. Force them into the extremities. They go A. Feels like you're maybe willing to play a little bit more retake potentially. We'll just have to see.
Who wrecked Mata? He's down to 15. He'll take that Marshall in a hand.
That's a good question. 𝐷OS9 maybe?
Could be, but tap at the door. Ethan trying to see if he can get a rise out of them, but it's just going to be that counter spam. Narrate. Chipping away at this KO.
Well, KC's had some good reads. Some good angles to at least soften some targets up. It will be Scuba looking for that late lurk from NRG, the other 4 players. Considering the big hit, drone leads the way. Just 𝐷OS in the back. He's actually just spamming for players, just ignoring the drone.
And nothing found there. Recon out. Going to be exchanged on both sides. Things not found. 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 trying to find a target, and he will. Levin's going to be taken down as Aves cleans up Ethan. Deep position now for 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜. Hearing these footsteps on the other side. Wants to play ring around the Rosie and catches Aves with util in hand. Going over to the side. Can't quite get the weapon steady though. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 will be able to take him out. The spike going to be planted. The Hunter's Fury trying to peel back some of this pressure as the rate goes up and over the top. And he will be able to find just about both of them. Brock's going to be completely surrounded, skirts back the opposite side of the wall. The kill going through the shock dart, softening up 𝐁𝐼 even further, but now he is out of util. The lower player going for the defuse. Brock trying to get the spray and pray across, but the defuse won't be stuck as KC collect a round win for themselves. Still afloat, still denying that map point from NRG.
Yeah, it's key that 𝐁𝐼 survives here at the end because he can get that cove up, give himself a little bit of extra protection. Gets a little scrappy here, though, for NRG, taking a lot of damage early. That really hurts them in the long run. Really causes the players to be a little bit more cautious than they maybe normally would be. So, Blade Storm available for 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜. Ethan goes for a stinger. Brock has enough for the Vandal here. Based on the previous save, Blades just popped right off the rip, and they're just going.
Fast hit, looking for the change-up. Damage going to be suffered, spotted on the one. 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 can't quite get that second shorty pump to come out, so 𝐁𝐮𝐢 staying alive for a bit. And that is going to be the retreat here for NRG, but all of this allows for Scuba to go on this insert out through tunnel. Comes away with a kill, making it a 1-for-1.
Fast pivot here. Depends on how active Levin wants to get. High tide put up in front of his face. Is he going to disrespect it?
So risk if he does, but okay, just enough of a pocket to peek through. Ethan will fall. Levin needs to not overstep from here, because otherwise that could be a weapon recovered. It's just that one Vandal alongside the Bandits. The former of which is still in mid and about to be surrounded. Oh, and Brock timing. Shifting over to the side, maybe a bit of an audio bait there from 𝐁𝐮𝐢. Either way, he has been outdone. And it seems like KC not finished with this map quite yet. Plata trying to find that stun. Setting up the smoke, but it's just far too late. It's not fast enough. Levin has the kill. Scuba will just retreat, go for the weapon save. Carry that Vandal over into the next round, but KC get themselves up to 6.
Well, gotta give KC a lot of credit. Talked a lot about how good NRG was on their defender's side, about reading their opponents. They're doing the same thing. They're finding their little individual style, their ability to hit and then run. You know, Levin plays this so nicely here on the high tide. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 doesn't go down to the shorty there, even though Scuba finds that backstab. Levin plays this round really, really nicely. Finds great times to disrespect that Harbor util. Very, very sturdy so far, RKC. So a very important round here. NRG looking to just get themselves up to 12. Get ready for the next one, but KC.
They want to try to make this fast again. Players at main could try to contain this for KC. Push forward, 𝐁𝐮𝐢 able to find the first, but Ethan trades it back. And this Brock down. Reckoning through. Blind is out. Levin cleaned up. 𝐁𝐼 dead. 3-2. NRG. Back on the warpath. Try to take this up to map point. One away from the knives, one away from that Hunter's Fury. Not available to try to prevent this plant. Try to find a free, disconnected kill. Right, just swinging around the side. We'll be able to find one, makes his exit, gets him back into a 2v2. Suddenly it becomes a hell of a lot more doable. It's a swing in the corner on the raid, finds another. Ethan dead, 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 having to do it all, and he shall. Gets the 3K, NRG now up by 6. Map point is theirs.
Whoa, that got real close. KC just inches away from giving themselves a couple more rounds, at least sending it down to another eco potentially. Nice little trade here early. The setup, the 3-man stack through mid finds value. They find open space. A good read here by Ethan to get his team into a position where they can get that plant down quickly. Now facing the full might of KC's ultimates. Literally everything available. Meanwhile, nothing super close for NRG. Scuba not too far away from a pit potentially. Early pit ripped by 𝐁𝐮𝐢. Oh, hello?
Has to backpedal away from that one real quick. The knive's gonna go over. Threat disrespect it others! He's killed Narrate with a Hunter's Fury!
Oh no.
Well, it's a 1v1. It's a 1-to-1. It's an equal trade. As Levin manages to find the kill. And you know what? If you win the round, it is worth.
Totally worth.
𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 finds Ethan. Creeping out of nest, but he himself surrounded, and 𝐒𝐜𝐜 able to strike. The Viper now out of her pit as 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 spotted a 1. Slides back into this. Reinforcement's going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
Well, they should hear that, though. I think 𝐒𝐜𝐜 made noise.
That's just an overdrive pop to expire. Levin not going to get the opportunity to use that at all. Now, KC realizing that the rotations have come through the plant now onto the B site, and Brock still well out towards mid. He's wary that the Viper's going to go through shop, through main. Not to be the case. He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
But he's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but 𝐁𝐿𝐴's still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. The catch onto 1. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snakebite over towards the arch side, but Mata still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through, and Mata will be able to swing to perfection. Finds that elimination. It's going to be 13-6 NRG. Stumbling a little bit, perhaps a couple of those rounds, but for the most part, we're in full control on Breeze.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from NRG. Great execution from the players. Scuba, absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well, some highlight reel moments. 𝐒𝐜𝐜, great with the op as usual. Really good individual awareness displayed by him too. Great map awareness. Again, I'm so impressed with NRG here, understanding where their opponents are, where they're gonna be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing to find a win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as 𝐒𝐜𝐜 popped off and brought NRG to 13. It was a 13-6 victory here in map number 1. Breeze NRG, 1 win away from joining the rest of the teams in the playoffs as we welcome back our desk. It's Big Time and Kakuka. And Big Time, you've got 2 children that you've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much. And 𝐒𝐜𝐜 and 𝐁𝐼𝐴, how does it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think 𝐁𝐼𝐴's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He will recover. We know he can do that into the series. 𝐒𝐜𝐜, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for 𝐁𝐼𝐴, but you're not. That's what I thought, right?
I heard that too.
𝐒𝐜𝐜 was like too long ago, but 𝐁𝐼𝐴, yeah, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people that aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's okay. No, but I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the harbor. It's so effective. Common Corp just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, you know, and there was not a lot of ways that KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around mid, something that I think on the first half NRG were doing beautifully. When we were speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps, actually NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing 𝐒𝐜𝐜, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. We understand why you decided to take him from us. He is still absolutely brilliant.
I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side.
Yes.
Scuba, I think
Scuba's
Rourke
great.
pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this Viper, Scuba is so comfortable, so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these difficult tight sides. He's coming away from every situation with more kills than he should, which is incredibly impressive.
This form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last
यार मैं माइक म्यूट था मैं इतने टाइम से याद कर रही हूँ मैं कह रही हूँ मेरी क्या प्रेडिक्शन सही हुई है मैंने बोला था कि 6 या 7 स्कोर जाएगा 13-6 13-7 और यही हुआ भाई मैं अजीब मैं
I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid control early on that KC had struggled with, and it just gave types of options here.
ये लो अभी तो मैं कुछ ना कुछ खराब ही कर दूंगी इससे पहले मैं कुछ टच ही ना करूँ अबे मैं कब से बोल रही हूँ भाई अजीब भाई मुझे कहीं फील भी नहीं हुआ कि मेरी आवाज़ नहीं जा रही ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग मतलब कहीं होता ना आपको फील तो आप कर लेते चाहे मुझे नहीं हुआ फील crazy भाई गाइस सेकंड शो होता है फिर मैं आती हूँ
saw them
Nice.
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only
Let's
difference
see.
is that Raze versus the Waylay.
Fracture कहाँ से आ गया?
How Americas uses the Waylay.
Fracture कहाँ से आ गया?
They're the most ahead in terms of that.
जहर मैप लगता है. I hate fracture so much.
You can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to create a lot of space. Raze is trying to do the same thing with those satchels, but ultimately there'll be a lot of mutual understanding across this on how each team likes to play.
You need to control the map, especially when there are two Phoenixes on play. And I want to see players like 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝, for example, stepping up a little
Phoenix.
bit.
Pele.
Defense needs to fight. If control of the tempo falls into the hands of NRG.
फ्रेम अच्छा है, काफ़ी अच्छा है. मैंने सुना है, मैंने मतलब देखा भी है. फ्रेम बहुत अच्छा है इस मैप पे. I don't know about Cypher. बल्कि Cypher बहुत अच्छा है. Fracture है ना, हाँ. Cypher अच्छा है, फ्रेम अच्छा है. Phoenix मैंने खेला है, Phoenix. मेरे दोस्तों से पूछना मैं कैसे खेलती हूँ. ये लोग ऑब्वियसली अच्छा ही खेलेंगे बहुत, तो Phoenix भी अच्छा है. पहले काफ़ी अच्छी है. रेस अच्छी है. पर इस पे ना अगर नियॉन को ये लोग नर्फ नहीं करते ना, नियॉन बहुत बेस्ट है. I don't know. मुझे लगता है नियॉन ज़्यादा अच्छा है. एंड फ्रेम उनका सेम कॉम्प ऑलमोस्ट. यप, सिर्फ एक क्रेजी है चेंज पहले की जगह है, बाकी तो सेम कॉम्प है. एक सेकंड.
Jing's Raze ult. Now that's not going to necessarily need to be the case here. So then I look at 𝐁𝐿𝐴, think, hey man, you see what he's doing yesterday? You know, there's a Raze on the other side there. Maybe you can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But 𝐁𝐶, I just thought had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever 𝐵𝐵𝐿 wanted to do.
गाइस जो भी स्ट्रीम पे नए हो गाइस स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब प्रेस कर. एंड आई नो अभी की लाइटिंग अच्छी नहीं है, बट काम चला लो गाइस. ठीक है, तो मैं आपकी बात और वो भी ये लोग ही जीतते हैं ना. आई नो दैट.
Into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have those 3 sky smokes as well.
हाँ, ये हाई लो कर रहे हैं, मुझे तो डर लग रहा है. बेचारा माडा बोल रहा होगा क्या भाई. मैं तो ये कहाँ से मर गया, साइफर कहाँ से मर गया. ये पहले कर
Shots going to be coming through, and he's going to try to play the rest of this out a little quietly. The flyer going to be cleared. Ethan staying entrenched here at the spike, has that frenzy, wants them to get up close and personal with him, but weapon now will be heard. Molly as well going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him a little bit low, but 𝐁𝐿𝐴's able to find the 3rd kill. Ethan
इन लोगों को क्या ज़रूरत है भाई,
कुछ
यार के काफ़ी है बहुत.
24. Somehow try to pull
सारे मेरे
out of the hat.
crazy.
Still has to re-clear the entirety of the site. Drops back down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies layered in. 𝐁𝐿𝐴 gets a 4K. That is a scary way for NRG to start things off. 𝐁𝐿𝐴 just 2 charges from having that ult online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% going to have it for the bonus. It could even get it in the next round. Not going to want to use it most likely, but it's a little bit of a weird start here. Nice high-low setup for 𝐁𝐶, but this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from 𝐁𝐿𝐴 into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for them. Couple rifles, 𝐁𝐿𝐴 gonna be swinging with the Vandals. Couple sheriffs, then Mata with the Marshal. 4-man push, 𝐁𝐿𝐴, and immediately down to Dustin. 𝐁𝐿𝐴, the Vandals making quick work of them.
Yeah, and with that kill, 𝐁𝐿𝐴 one away, so could just give him the spike. Meanwhile, they're gonna try to overwhelm Mata, who's having some uncharacteristic. Or grab, as well as that kill over to the hands of the race, who's now also 1 charge away. They can put that Marshal to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
Play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies. Be 𝐁𝐮𝐢, I would think, just want to die to the spike at this point. Maybe narrate.
Probably for the best. Inshuu to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested into this, but there's the molly, and this is the spam, Brock. Exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital. Second molly goes in. And 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z and Levin will go down. No one going to be giving him the angle. 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z will just fall to the spike alongside the Raze, and that's going to be a clean 2-0 start for NRG.
Crazy, yeah.
Now this next round gets really interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move, before you kind of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here as 𝐁𝐶. I want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z, again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at Dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this, again, screams good homework to me, because I think this was an opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z was just on his own. You could at least clear this space. You don't have to necessarily go for the big hit, but they're going to try.
मुझे लगता है NRG ये round निकाल ले.
Trying to counter spray him out. 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z on the reposition, just here alongside drop.
Quad वो खुद confuse हो गया, वो कहाँ गया?
Quite a bit of damage, but will be able to jump on 𝐁𝐿 right as he snaps back, and Brock dead to the nade. 𝐁𝐶.
मैं तो कुछ predict ही नहीं.
Lights out on this anti-bonus. Completely smothering NRG and catching them off guard.
I feel like I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z.
He rescales forward, wants to try to get this elimination. Extra charge towards the Nightfall. Question is, Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back? In a 1v5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do. A couple players going to be working their way through. He hears that noise. But with a haunt, that's going to force his hand, as here comes the spam. 𝐁𝐿𝐬 will be the one to collect it. And 𝐁𝐶 get themselves on
nice round, yeah. It's okay, it happens,
what was working so well for 𝐁𝐶 against Paper Rex was their ability to react to the fast hits in really interesting and smart ways. Also, it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side. But 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z doing a great job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky little maneuver while NRG is dropping down in the site. Uses that seize
welcome to the
stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward. They're just committed
long time, yeah,
to that hit all the way. And 𝐤𝐵𝑒Z plays it beautifully.
Guys, stream
𝐷OS9 got a couple kills on the backside there. Big round. Speaking of 𝐷OS9, gonna get from that orb grab.
Spotted on this side. Prowler, I think, was not heard over at B, so the attempted fake not really going to be filmed for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down. Sky smokes, as well as that double dash forward. Become increasingly convinced that this is going to be an A hit. Spike could be passed over into the hands of Mata, try to get that convergent paths on.
यार मैंने actually room कितनी अच्छी lighting है नहीं.
Reassesses his plant spot, and that's going to be the orbital out very early. Mata can now go for this one safely.
Nice patience being shown there.
Can he escape is going to be the big question. He'll just be left on a bit of an island.
बस मेरा खेल खत्म है. क्यों क्या हुआ? This Excel में खोला. यार हो गई, मेरा भी कोई अच्छा नहीं खोला है. भाई कैसे मत करो, ऐसे मत करो. यार मैं नहीं खेलूंगी, मैं नहीं देखूंगी. ऐसे नहीं होता कि इस वालों. थोड़ा मौका दो यार NRG वालों को वापस जीतने.
Could be their undoing. Finds the first, needs to look for a hell of a lot more though.
Shit यार, shit right से कुक हो गया.
Gets from Sands, cleans it up, and 𝐁𝐶 will tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from Narrate again. He is so locked in.
ये tough जाने वाला मुझे लग रहा है.
And he
breaks इसका score predict करती हूँ. Last वाला तो obviously अच्छा ही predict किया था, same वही score हुआ था.
That first flash.
I think OT जाएगा या it will be like 13-10.
Long time to really come to fruition. That's going to be an early timeout here from Bonkar. Already seeing some things he doesn't like. And what's
इसने
going
टाइम
on
आउट लिया
with his team, and I think probably wants to maybe talk about some of these post-plant setups a little bit more. Like the idea on the pistol, where they had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they, yeah, like you said, left Mata to his own devices. I think it, you know, if you lose that
पता है
3-man stack
कितना
trying to hold
टाइमिंग
that door,
होनी
that's
चाहिए
just
लेट
that
नाइट
post-plant
समझ
is
जो
good.
फुल चिल हो मतलब बंदा
Especially if
आराम से
Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
क्या चिल होके करे स्ट्रीम मतलब रात को तो बंदा जागता ही है वैसे भी
Spike planted.
Right.
ऐसे
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it felt intentional that they were trying to bait out that orbital strike, right?
yeah. They got the tap, and they managed to get that out effectively. It's just everything from there. And Scuba just a little bit too late to try to get in to find that backstab. If he's able to get that right, is obvious about the drop down. He's probably going to be good for 2 eliminations, but the rest of the team is just already dead.
Right.
So the timing's a bit more wobbly here for NRG compared to what we were seeing on Breeze, and KC are also
गर्मी लग रही है guys
dialed in and in tune with this map.
Yeah, and I love the way Narrate plays. He's such a good Phoenix on this map. He has such good instincts, great timings with the flashes. Reads his opponents incredibly well.
कीको भी अच्छा है यार कीको तुम्हें हिम्मत नहीं हारनी ठीक है तुम्हारे साथ
Weaker buy. Funneling these into Mata this time.
Trying to bait Sugetsu into a swing there, but none to be found. Push past that cage.
कीको तो से ग्रेट हो
That much damage.
हाँ गए समझ
Of
लो
course,
आप
has the heals as well to push him back up towards full very quickly. But spray and pray forward to Canteen. Dawson going to be struck down. Narrate, however, pushing forwards, looking for more. Nearly has him lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Aves still going to be good for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in. Meanwhile, Scuba unable to win this critical fight.
हाँ मैंने हिम्मत ही हार दी
Kiko.
कीको
He can't commit to the
प्रूफ
plan.
कर दो आज
I think he's going to go swing.
हो जाए आज ना
Only 35 seconds. He needs to get out of the audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin is already cheating back. So instead, Kiko just keeping it paused for now. And now we'll rescale onto B. I mean, it's brilliantly played. Whether or not this leads to the round win, still yet to be seen.
He's got to run it back after this, though.
Still trying to check around, but eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can
तीन वनडे बहुत ज़्यादा मुझे लिटरली कॉपी ऐसे हो रही है तलब सी हो रही है
commits to this, run it back from.
नहीं यार वॉल बैग में नहीं मारना
Please
प्लीज
get the chance. No, he does not. Levin will just catch him in
मुझे देखना ही नहीं है मतलब
We'll move up 3-2.
कोई बात नहीं यार कोई बात नहीं की कुछ
I mean, it's a hell of a go of it on what is effectively an eco other than the rifle of Kiko, which definitely found purchase in that round. Getting that first kill on Sugetsu. Absolutely insane. Sugetsu can't even do much out of that position, barely touches him. And then Narrate. Ooh, beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there. Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial. Went fishing for it. Was hoping that maybe Levin would get a little impatient. Try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up. Big ult available. One away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Narrate just spams through. Gets Kiko down instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side. Hugging this tripwire. So worried about Narrate and Sugetsu. Here it be. There's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. Run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, instantly able to find two players as Brock and Ethan will get taken down. Gone.
गुस्सा आ रहा मुझे मैं अंदर उठ रहा अगर वो भी केस ही जीत जाएगी
Completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? The first shot ringing out.
Please take it.
Struck down Scuba. Having to try to fight his way out of here is going to be good for the one, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round.
Push कर दो guys. मार दे आ जाएगा
Looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, but they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map, they start just taking space. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have such a good feel for the flow of this map. Meanwhile, NRG looks a little rattled now.
Rattled.
I mean, that is a brutal way to start the round
कुछ भी उस बंदे का sprint play चल गया आप उसके बाद तो वो unlucky हो गया ना
spammed right down, lose that key ultimate.
ऐसे
You're
मार
gonna have
दिया
to chew another round through potentially. They are gonna buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not gonna be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike potentially. Ethan starts out on the north side of the map, looking again for KC to get aggressive, but now opt to play a little more default. Boombot's not going to see anything here, though, so they're going to lean over towards B. Scuba starting to clear sewers. Starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round. Trying to spread the map. They're trying to sell some attention.
हो जाएंगे
Footsteps
हो जाएंगे
sent out by Ethan. That isn't a ton of info there, so I don't think KC makes much of a change.
That's a quick backpedal, Lahan, towards that north side to make sure they're not getting pinched here. So for now, because nothing's spotted on Dish, they continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG is doing. They're in pole position to counteract this.
Just have so much map control.
Well, to run it back from Kiko is going to have to go hard to the paint. This paint shell's going to be sent out. Showstopper looking to go up and over the top, but Kiko will be able to find the one that orbital strike now going to be called in towards Canteen with a push forward. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥 able to find those 2 kills. Ethan Mata both struck down. Now they have to rescale forward. 13 seconds remaining in the round. Brock, the spike in hand, trying to commit in for that plant, but it's going to be Kiko at front. Jen, who's able to find one. But he can't escape. The round is over. The spike just cycled to the ground repeatedly. Arrives exactly when he needs to. And that costs them so damn much.
This is great stuff from a couple players. 𝐁𝐼 just on the very edge of that orbital strike, able to push forward at the last moment when they least expect it, finds 2 huge kills. Oh, that completely throws things into chaos for NRG. But the thing is from the get-go, from the beginning to the end of this round, this was KC on top of NRG the whole way. And that's going to force the second timeout already from Bonkar. And it is so annoying how well KC plays this map on their defender side, man. They are so smart. They use their information, their space control so well. And then they kind of surprise you with moments like that where they're aggressively positioned when you least expect it, when you think you've been given the freedom to at least maybe get the plant down.
Off is scene लग रहा है मुझे ये map नहीं जीतती NRG, but still chances हैं कर लेगी NRG.
NRG have been struggling, and even with the immense amount of tools that they had available across all of these rounds, they've not been able to make anything stick. Orbital, Neural, run it back, all committed into that to no avail. This one little cheeky backstab from Narrate at main.
This is a nice spot.
Picking off Brock before that spike could get into play. You can tell that it's chaotic. NRG, they have no idea where their advantages lie, where they're safe on these sites. If they can't figure that out, then this is going to be us moving over to Haven. Forced away.
Look at the reads. Look at the reads, though. They know as soon as that arcade orb is tapped that they're going to be given space over towards Dish. They throw out a haunt just to check. It's like they know what they're going to do. It's just like Breeze for NRG, where it just felt like they know what their opponents are going to do before they do it. Same with KC here. They're mirroring that.
NRG कैसे खेलती है इस map पे?
Now NRG.
और इनका है भी best map. क्योंकि इनका ही pick है obviously.
See if they can make this maze a little bit longer behind them to trace.
They want to keep trying to potentially sell the fake, maybe just get a flank going through, so Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfall's going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sands. Not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Throw out the ready. Great swing in the corner. Is able to find 𝐤𝐿. Tucks back out to safety, and Mata just not in position to try to counteract that. No trade to be found. Scuba now dead. The flanker absolutely noted. 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 gets the arrow out. And the jig is up. Ethan able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more necessary as he does manage to find yet another swap of the guns. 1v2 for the two-time world champion. No more util to speak of for 15 seconds. Stays tucked away. There's been doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 had he sprinted down towards the south side, so has to just wait this one out. But it will just be the swing, and 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 has him in his sights. 6-2, the timeout's not mattering. The money gone. NRG. Massively on struggle street as KC continue to run away with this map.
I mean, it's just so hard to find gaps in this defense that KC has. And again, every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space. They're checking to confirm, okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not rewrapping through the north side. Okay, that means you had to have gone through sewers, so now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes when you try to break through there. And it feels like NRG just cannot respond, cannot recover. They're going to try another 4-1 setup. There's already a ping out over on this. Feels like KC has something ready.
It feels like NRG are just out of ideas.
उलझन होने लग गई मुझे सुनने के फ्लैशेस से जी भाई
अजीब and Narrate just peeks out. He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken down. Mono works up into tower, grabs that Phantom. Now you've got Levin encroaching on the north side. Still going to be contained by that trip for now. Spike will be recovered. Scuba trying to just...
That's नहीं है क्या सेज के पास सेज रेस के पास सेज नहीं है क्या कर लिया सर
swing in. Mata will be able to find the first, but 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 is a little bit faster. Still found. Scuba trying to play around that tiny little gap. Nothing to be found, but he's going to be right into the back of 11. Just ready and waiting with that outlaw in hand. Brock now. Try to clutch this out in a 1v3. Just the one molly to try to buy some time. Already, an immense amount of damage going to be suffered as 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 will run him down. Another round for KC. Guaranteeing a lead at the half. And given the way that these rounds are going, it's looking to be a monstrous one.
Yes. I mean, they're so smart this time. Leaving that extra player out by the trip for a long time. Playing a little bit of contain around the site. I mean, at this point, I don't know what you do. Narrate starts this round off with a bang, finds two. He's playing so smart around that orb. This time they give him a different look. They are like, okay, they're going to tap this orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think that we're not contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie in wait. That's 7 streaked together. The buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man, I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
Okay, well, one of the best starts that NRG's had for a little while is Narrate. The door is going to open, and Mata's going to be taken down before he can try to go for the dash. Narrate still sticking around, still tearing them apart. Dostine now refilling that space, comes away with a kill, but will be traded back. We go into a 2v2. Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Leg spotted, head clicked, but 𝐁𝐿𝐤𝐝 has him outdone. Just too many layers for NRG to try to work through. KC are looking bulletproof on Fracture.
It's a little mistake at the beginning. Levin gives away his position, doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate is just so good on this map. It doesn't make sense. He is outrageous with his timings. He just knows. And he's so fast to react. cycle through those run it backs. They always seem to find just tons of value. And this is just so one-sided so far. Let's see if there's any answer. Rock's got another orbital. 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 has his. There's going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Mata, just landing out into the open. Saturate. Chuck towards the corner. Nothing to be found. In fact, it's going to be Ahmez finding him through the smoke. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 as well.
They missed.
And nothing found. Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage onto the enemy fade. And the space that you would love to have for a post plant is very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba only able to find the one, but nothing more. 9-2. KC continue to beat them back, continue to demolish. They're looking to make this a 10-2 scoreline at the half and quickly get us into map 3.
Oh, yeah. This is feeling like lights out. I mean, NRG's been forcing buys. They've been trying to scrape together some kind of round, some kind of way in, and they just can't get much. I mean, run it back used. They at least still have the orbital strike. The problem is you gave Levin his ult off of the defuse. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝 is going to be 1 kill away from the neural theft, so all he has to do is kill the lurker or just find a late flank and then throw that through and basically probably sweep through the round, you would think. Big push out here, though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. Maybe a lifeline wanted to be offered up here by KC. Beating the hell out of NRG so much that they started to get depressed about it. Decided, oh, we'll give you a couple kills.
Playing a little psychologist. That's nice of him. Appreciate that.
Well, it's both duelists down. It's a showstopper out of the equation, so one fewer thorn in their side. But, I mean, we've seen so many conversions already from KC that even in a 3v5, I'm not convinced that NRG have this one in the bag.
No. The best news about this is you took out the showstopper. Like, that's actually the only reason I still have some hope. Okay, so 𝐁𝐻 only gets 1. Can't rip his ult. Ahmez and DOS9, surely not, right?
You don't have a Nightfall, but convergent paths with the orbital strike. If you can find out where these players are at, line them up, get the wombo combo. That should be curtains. There's the neural thefts. Convergent paths immediately going to be sent, but it's not the combination. It's a little bit disjointed here, a little bit too fast on the draw. Meanwhile, Brock is eating some damage in transit just to try to get that spike planted.
Guy kind of opens a door.
Silent push forward. Ahmez trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Doesn't want to give him the satisfaction.
Could just be a KD play.
In my Valorant, never.
Yamato knows exactly where he's at, so convergent paths just to lock him in place. They know that they have this one under wraps, so NRG at long last here in round 12 are able to find their first round win since the pistol and the anti-eco. It was 9 in between for KC, a monstrous streak. And if NRG want to bring this one to a conclusion, then boy, it is going to be one hell of a defense for themselves.
I feel like going into stage 2 for VCT, 𝐤𝐻𝐞𝐬, that a lot of people are watching this, what KC has been doing on this map, and are going to be borrowing some of what they do and how they operate, and like the protocols they have are so good. I mean, it will be hard to replicate because players like Narrate are so good at Phoenix, it's unfair, it feels like. He's just better than you. He's got great individual reads. I mean, this time it isn't even necessarily all the utility. I mean, he's had some nice flashes, you bet. But he's just getting good reads and then clicking on heads with those phantoms. It's brutal. I love it. I absolutely love it. He has been just stellar to watch.
Vandal चलाते हुए भी मैं बोल रही हूँ तो Vandal आ गई वरना तो आ नहीं रही थी.
DOS9 had a few good moments. 𝐁𝐻𝐿 played great. He was constantly shutting down Scuba on those lurks. won the Cypher battle for sure. And Mata had a few moments, but haven't been able to see that Waylay really be the carry that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs, but still, Mata very, very good. Had again, a couple moments, sure. 𝐤𝐤 still putting up numbers, but that was just a masterclass. Both teams on their map picks have their defender sides absolutely exquisitely thought out.
Well, as we so often say, it's got to start from the pistol. They have any shot of being able to get this back, but Carmine Corp looking so damn good on this map. I think even if you feel confident in your fracture, KC makes it through to the next round if they can complete this victory here. Probably gonna have to consider taking it off the table. This is just looking too clean.
I mean, yeah, it's almost a must ban for anybody else the rest of the way through. I don't care what your plan is. I don't know that anybody has a hope.
9-3 first, guys.
You know, who knows Vitality on the right day, but right now this team is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Even stream में बहुत dying भाई for real.
Clear there.
नींद आ रही है मेरे को. अब अगर थर्ड मैप पे गया ना मैं वाकई बंद कर दूँगा. चलिए.
Little bit of presence.
नींद आ रही है यार. मैं सुबह जल्दी उठी हूँ. मैं सर दर्द हो रहा है. मुझे या तो कॉफी पिला दो.
Still got the right read. I mean, the heavy gamble stack onto B.
और ना मुझे सबसे बड़ा ये लगता है मेरी लाइटिंग ना बहुत डल होती जाती है ना.
Probably just gonna try to NB a lot. Let's just gamble on it, but now they're getting impatient.
और मुझे गर्मी हो रही है. मेन बात. भाई.
He gets struck down. Last pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13.
Hello, Brock. Hello. How hurt you, bro?
Right now. A 1v2, but this is the danger man for KC.
Tripsa. Hello.
Just a classic.
Just a classic. Now, clearing of that cam.
Trips, Trip कहाँ गई? What? Trip? Trip से कूद के आ गया? मॉली से मर जाएगा. मेरे को लग रहा है गरीब मॉली से मर जाएगा.
9 bullets remaining. Molly on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connected for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. The swing in, and 𝐁𝐮𝐢 will be able to persevere. Gets down close, but NRG will find another pistol. They need so much more from there.
Almost a throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round on the tendency of where this wants to end up. But then they get a little impatient. Right timing there to get that first kill. And then Brock's able to hold the line with the Sheriff. Bounding, blast pack 11 right in the chest. Narrate, I mean, you never count him out. You just feel like he's good for it. So fast, so agile.
He's still able to get
three
charges.
Yep. I mean, I'm still not comfortable as NRG. Like, this still feels like a scary scary situation going up against an eco. Levin's the only one who buys up. Oh, there's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits.
Bandit अच्छी चलती है. कभी-कभी भी जिसको चलाने आती है उसको आती है चलाने.
Very true.
Yeah. Give me a break.
There's a couple shots out and a triple push down through this double push rather down through this underpass. Orb to be collected and right now 1 away from having the run it back available. And they're now going to take that as their prize and silently drift away over to the side of the map. Not too far off, but
still, this
back into a position with that outlaw is going to prove to be even more difficult.
This is, in theory, plantable. It just depends on the timing here from Ethan. Nobody's going to open this door. They're just going to silently bypass it. Set up a player to watch the flank and throw some smokes and potentially get the plant through. Ethan just can't contest this. He's all on his own for now.
A reposition, scale forward from 𝐁𝐿, spotting out 2. Mata now trying to scale up, get onto an angle where he can put that 𝐁𝐿 use, but 𝐁𝐿 just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet. They have any way of clearing him whatsoever is going to be the question. Instead, they're going to refight in towards Halls. The Haunt going to be destroyed. Still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that Molly. He's able to find the first, looks for the second. He cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the hand. But Sugatsu now says
Nahi.
Cleans up two. Havez down low. Levin trying to strike. Manages to find the one, and Brock, the last one standing. Trying to bait him, wins the fight, has the time.
Hi.
But it ends up being so costly. You talked about
Crazy.
It doesn't feel comfortable, and that is proven. Only one player surviving.
The way they're setting themselves up in all these tricky places, and it's making NRG have to think about so much. Then they use their own smokes against them. In the backside, they hide in them, wait for them to come through. Cut right down the middle of the NRG formation. And even Narrate's frustrated, man. He wanted that one so bad, and they were oh so close. A really good attempt from KC. NRG gonna start throwing money into this. Want to get this bonus to go. They know how crucial it is. If they can get this round to go started, they could maybe offset KC enough.
नहीं यार नरेट इसकी नरेट तुम्हारी ना ऐसे की तैसी मैं नहीं खेल रही तो मैं नहीं देख रही.
Dead off the rip. Spot of that tripwire. Make his way back over.
Dash मारने.
Force this A site because again KC starting to creep their way over here. Seems like they will have the right idea. It's a question of can they hold the line? Can they stave them off? Invert this bonus. Run it back. Push forward over towards Sans. Alright, just getting spammed a little.
तुक्के भाई तुक्के हैं भाई सीधी साफ बात है तुक्के हैं इस बंदे के कुछ नहीं आता है इसको बस यूं मार लेगा मर जाएंगे. ऐसे थोड़ी होता है.
Just a guardian in hand. Given the money, given how much they had to invest because of how close that previous round was, he has to save this weapon. Rotates over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that upgrade. And perhaps just find somewhere to tuck away and try to play this out quietly. It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of KC once again as they hit double digits.
And look at the money. Look at the money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought into this. They felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map. They can't do it. So it feels like this is certainly KC's, and we will certainly be going even. Just so impressed. Love the way this team operates. The protocols they have. Individual play. Narrate. Again, outrageous how he understands what's going on. Knows where players are going to be. Just seemingly has a vision in his mind. There is a technical pause, but my goodness, so good, so good.
Well, hopefully something quick and clean like we had previously. Already, Edwin feels like he's backing off a bit, so hopefully be able to get back into this NRG. I mean, they're holding on by a thread. This is still possible. We know that this is a team that is capable of getting themselves back into a winning position. But just given how, if map fluency makes sense to say,
sure.
KC seem perfectly fluent in Fracture.
Absolutely. They're linguists on this map. They're poets. They have more than a fluency in the language. They're experts. And it's just fun to watch them on the map because I'm just like, no, I get it now. I see, because you have that Cypher util over there. You know that they're not coming that way. Okay, you threw your haunt deep that side. You even left a player there lingering a little bit to get some info. Okay, now you can wrap out down to the other side of the map and you can make these fast rotates. You're always all over the place. And you're doing such a diligent job of keeping track, of every single little thing on the map. And then you have some great ideas yourselves in some of these post plants and other things that we've seen that have been really, really devastating.
क्या इशू आ गया?
Paper X, and NRG now suffering. And is KC going to be able to do it again? Lose the first map, run back two to take the series win. Granted, it was their map pick last time when they dropped the first map. But I think they realized, oh, hey, we're pretty good at this fracture thing. And NRG lost to Paper X on it, so surely we're better than them on it too, right? And yeah, that is 100% correct so far.
Sometimes transitive property does end up working out. It does make sense. And that is looking to continue here for KC. Up by 5 as to get ready to go back into this. Just that one Phantom carried over by 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜. Slight little investment of the sheriff for Mata. But I mean, it's just been few and far in between for NRG to be able to find kills in this map. You see just how outflanked everybody is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜's been trying, but...
Hi.
Pack it up.
Hi, उस बेचारे 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜.
Move on.
ये मैच अच्छा नहीं है. Unlucky हो रहा है इसमें बेचारा गरीब.
Poor 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜.
The Phantom will change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan find value with this?
He pass it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that peak, probably wishing that he still had a Phantom. It's going to be zoned away. Molly down to 71. Mata at the same time. Taking position in halls. Two players on the opposite side. And they're just going to back off. They say, okay, we've probably drawn all of them to this side of the map. We have full control of north side. So let's send the spike there. Mata gonna find a second. And that opens up weapons for collecting.
That's huge. Mata, all of a sudden.
अबे भाई अब ये मर जाता ना मुझे दुख होता.
Perhaps the gun for himself in a water round to be found after the start. Still not out of the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect that spike. If he could get the plant in play, obviously we give him a showstopper, but he's still going to have to try to take control of the site itself. Ethan tucked into the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent path's going to be sent. Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets lobbed in. Mata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to clutch it, but he's going to be caught with util in hand.
But honestly,
what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into
मैंने almost निकाल लिया था वैसे नहीं.
Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC. They might stumble along the way, but it feels like they're always reaching their destination here on Fracture.
Yeah, Mata has to start re-clearing that space because there wasn't a commit from KC, and he's going, well, they're either taking a pause, and I have to find that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit. And he gets 2 big kills. That actually gives them hope, gives them a chance, and then nope, dashed, thwarted. Mata with the op. A little bit further
This is an
forward.
all in. Okay, spotted the one. Saturate gonna be chucked in. Can still take the dash out the safety, but overstays to find another kill. Vaughn will get the reveal. He's frantically trying to escape. Will be able to do so, but 𝐤𝐤𝐞𝐜 can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Aves will be able to strike him down. Trail leading the way at the top of the plant.
3v2 guys, क्या लगता है कैसे निकाल लेंगे?
Ring around the rosy, but look at DOS9. He might be able to find a monster timing. They are not watching for this at all.
क्यों नहीं watch
Stabs him in the back, the neural depth now. Invested to reveal the final 2 players. But NRG, they go from a favorite situation to now back into a 2v2.
It's going to be really tough. Try to double up.
Scuba on the push, and Aves trying to hold the angle, but Scuba will be able to take him down. The Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to hold this one up to half, and the Molly
miss कर दिया उसने.
He realizes that it's not connected, so the defuse can be stuck. NRG, you're rescuing this round, but cannot rescue that operator, I don't believe. It gets taken into the hands of DOS9. Out and away from these players.
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it there at the very end. So the operator does get carried over by DOS9, now into the hands of
Right, so now is NRG. Not going to have enough money for another one. Mata's just going to go pushing again. Feels like big part of the success for them has been taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐻𝐿, well, hold on.
They are still so very at risk. Back in the back of that box. Curveball in hand. And they will make their exit. A lot of KC now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this. As Haunt over the top. Has to be cleared by 𝐻𝐻𝐿. There's some presence on the north side. Going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec onto this site. Especially as the Nightfall does get invested. And that's got the rotation coming out from Brock.
It's a beautiful sell.
Paint shell now coming through. And quick pivots back. Having to be done. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 still just watching on the camp. There's a boom bot. The answering Nightfall now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and pray with the full flash connecting. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 going to be struck down. Ethan dead as Dawson finds that elimination. The neural depth now infested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the players as 𝐁𝐮𝐢 dead with Mata. The snapback on the ultimates of Mata. Finds one, but 𝐻𝐻𝐿 keeps him in with a player advantage. The spike still.
They have a spike.
Dropped on the ground here. Just alongside Generator. 2v3, the operator.
Flashes nahi hai.
The main angle with the tap. 𝐁𝐿𝐲 drags across, finds the third, and that should be round done. 11 to bound forward, but no real way to recover this. I'm not sure how we stayed alive for so long.
Damn.
They cannot rescue the round. It's 𝐁𝐿𝐲 with a massive 4K to keep NRG in this game.
And also, Mata to the rescue here to bail 𝐁𝐿𝐲 out. He was dead to rights on that run it back. They thought they had him. But just enough there.
Just enough to call the timeout for KC.
I mean, you get the op back here, too. That's huge for NRG. That big piece of the puzzle, seemingly, again, is going to give them, I think, here, coming out of this timeout, probably you know, if that op's going to be an A main, what are we going to do? How do we want to maneuver around the rest of the map? You know, maybe 𝐁𝐿𝐲 feels like they saw some of that space being given up at Dish. That's something they could play for a little bit more. Leave an extra player to try to go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with Mata when he's busy trying to help out. Defend the execute from that direction would be something I could consider happening here, or maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG found their groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main setup. Just either being aggressive or having the op there. And they're not going to go for it this time. They're going to show a very different look. And I think this is wise. Unless, well, they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich outside of the door.
Look at 𝐁𝐿𝐲, though. The Outlaw, 4 half armors, 5 with the regen. So, yeah, everybody going to be susceptible to this.
Smart pie. That's something that, you know, NRG is constantly doing, is going for those half armor buys. So he's looking to try to out-duel Mata, and he's going to.
He's got it. Shades of Nats. Operator on the floor. It's now a 2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going. Molly going to be spotted off the cam. Brock trying to scale on this angle. He's going to have to use the Molly just to try to cut off access from that RK side. Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be coming in, and Ethan wisely does backpedal away. Sends out that operator shot, trying to scare them off, usher them back over towards the heavier stack. Ball in, the ride the tower, the jump on the corner, and Levin's down. Back into a 4v4. Drop down from 𝐁𝐿𝐲, playing this one very boldly as Narrate tries to take that space, can't quite clear the corner, but it's still will gain line of sight. Get rid of 𝐁𝐿𝐲. Back into the player advantage, the back stab, getting ready to come in, but Brock can't even hold his own against the player right in front of his very eyes. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 comes up with the goods, 𝐁𝐮𝐢 dead, and Ethan now to just grab up that operator. Hold on to it for dear life. KC will move up 12-7. NRG are going to have to run 5 in a row just to get this into overtime. The money is just not on their side.
No, let's see if he's able to even keep this. 𝐁𝐮𝐢𝐥𝐝, isn't going his way just yet. Still a little bit time before it explodes. Two are going to come.
They have to know he's going to have the op. You have to be suspicious about this angle. And they are. They're revealing the haunt, and Ethan still trying to go for this peek and nearly gets punished. And now is none the wiser whether or not he has been surrounded. Will be able to retain this weapon after all. But even then, it's nearly taken out of his grasp.
Well, I am so impressed with this timeout. And they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op. And they needed something, and they found it. And it's a simple little trick. The outlaw into 𝐁𝐮𝐢's hands to deal with that. And it makes the map so much more difficult for NRG to read and to control. And they start getting put in awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Narrate just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
And speaking of which, it's tower for Mata. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment. Some early contention around a hall.
And this is 𝐁𝐮 now just starting to probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the sights.
Ethan's at risk here. And now he's dead. Elbow spot. 𝐁𝐮𝐢 clips it.
Crazy shotting कर रहे हैं यार ये लोग आपस में भाई.
Now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but right over the side, Alves can recover that. The question is,
I like that. GG's, guys.
Which do they decide to go for? They've got more players scaled forward outside of B, so they're going to look to attack into this one. And Mata, yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead on the swing. Look for that shot. Critically for him, it does not come through. Saturate connecting 1-to-1. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation. NRG trying to get the players closer together to hold the line and keep this map going. But Mata's just given absolutely no sight lines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting for this late flank. He's reading it well, but this still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad. We're falling to the wayside. Peek in. Brock able to find the one off screen.
Oh, no.
Arriving in tower. Takes the op into his own hands. And at the cost of all of his health. That took for Brock to win that with the Spectre. And now, it would have to be two of the fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going. They all know that this is the end. 𝐁𝐮𝐢, an absolute beast, a monster in these last several rounds for 𝐁𝐶.
Guys,
they clean house
पहला map NRG जीती थी, दूसरा 𝐁𝐶 जीती है.
Amazing to watch them
but मैं नहीं देखूंगी guys.
The best defensive side fracture I can think of that I've seen. Does 𝐁𝐶 have right now? They are so smart, so with it, and on top of their opponents from the get-go. Other than the pistols, they looked really darn good on this map.
Yeah, and that's another thing to take into consideration. NRG, so many of the round wins. Just the pistols and those anti-ecos could barely find any gun round wins throughout this fracture. That's how clean Carmine Corp was otherwise.
But वो उनका pick था actually. I think so उनका good map यही है तो इसलिए ये लोगों ने इतना अच्छा खेला, outstanding खेला. वरना तो जो first map पे हुआ था वो भी. Yeah.
I still just can't believe that Carmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now